call this meeting back to order. And we're going to go into item 4.1, the Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by our superintendent, Jorge Aguilar.
Thank you, President Pritchett. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Superintendent. All right, student member Sheikh, you have a broadcast statement?
I do, thank you. Good evening, everyone. This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Monday, February 8th at noon, and Wednesday, February 10th at 7 p.m., and also webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. The public has been given the opportunity to address the board through public comment, either by submitting comments which are posted on our website or speaking during the meeting. Members of the public were also provided the opportunity to speak to the board. Members of the public who wished to speak during the meeting submitted a speaker form by noon today and were sent a link to participate. When it is your turn to provide comment, we will call on you to provide comment orally. Your video will not be on. Please always limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we'll ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda.
Thank you, student member Sheikh. All right, tonight's stellar student will be presented by member Phillips. We have Dominic Zavala. It's kindergarten student, is attending Oak Ridge Learning Hub. Member Phillips.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm here to talk about one of our stellar students this evening. His name is Dominic. Do we have Dominic on camera? I want to see Dominic while I'm talking.
I see Principal Roleri. Principal Roleri, do we have Dominic?
There
yes.
He is.
Hi, Dominic. I hear you're one of our stellar students. I hear you're doing a really good job in kindergarten. How are you?
I think he's still muted. Ms. Moretti, can you unmute him, or Mr. Flores? There.
There you go.
Hi, Dominic. Hi. So you're one of our stellar students. I hear you're doing a really good job in kindergarten, right? And you're hanging out at one of our learning hubs, huh?
Wait.
Oh. You can let him go, Mama.
Okay.
Little camera shy.
Yeah. So we're just here to celebrate and applaud and salute our stellar student tonight, Dominic. He's doing a great job at our learning hubs. We're glad to have him. And thank you very much to the learning hubs. And we're glad that we get to see him learning and growing.
Thank you.
And to his mama, Fernanda, you keep on going. We're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Ms. Zavala, would you like to say anything on Dominic's behalf?
Well, like I mentioned today, I'm really grateful about this program. It's been really helpful. The fact that we have to, well, everyone has to be facing the circumstances right now due to the pandemic. It gets it really hard for people or persons like me, that I'm a single mother, and I try to keep a balance in between his school and my job.
We can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. It seemed like I lost connection. It's just this whole situation was hard for me, and right now I have been also noticing he has been behaving a little bit better. Also, the fact that he gets the chance to actually go into school, even though he's still working online with the rest of his classmates. It's been giving him a lot of changes when it comes to the way he's expressing, the way he comes into the house and say, "Oh, I was happy I got this done. I was happy that there's other people around me that I get to talk to other kids, not just being at home and doing it by myself. So it has been really, really helpful. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. And congratulations, Dominic. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Can-
All right. Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
President,
Yes, Madam President.
can I just
Sure.
add, Principal Roleri was also online if he'd like to say.
Oh, I apologize. Yes, absolutely. Hi, Principal Roleri.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate Mother Fernanda. We've been communicating a lot ever since we were working to get Dominic in the hub. I've noticed him frequently there, and I see the changes even in himself. He's a shy guy, but he's working hard towards improving that. And I think it makes me happy to hear the difference she's seeing just maybe in his behavior, attitude at home, and that's why hubs were created, not only to provide for all students, but when you think of a kindergartner, their first experiences in school, as unique as it is, we are providing some sense of normalcy for him in terms of what school looks like and attending school, and then also supporting mom, being a single mom as well. Like that's why we're doing this work. So it's wonderful to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Okay, item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session. Mr. Barry.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Madam President, one announcement out of closed session. The board by 7-0 vote approved a special education settlement agreement, which has been identified as OH case number 2020-090-500. That concludes the announcement out of closed session, Madam President.
Perfect, thank you. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Great.
Seconded.
Fantastic. I got a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Perfect.
Aye.
All right, item 7.0, special presentations. 7.1, board policy 4033, lactation accommodations. Mr. Bozio?
Good evening, Board President Pritchett and Superintendent. I am Raul Bozio, in-house counsel. I'm here to present for the second reading of two of our policies, one new policy and one revised policy. And I will try to do so efficiently as we have a long night. And again, this is the second reading after they were presented at the previous regular board meeting. Let's go ahead and go on to the next slide, please. So our first policy, BP 4033, lactation accommodation. As we discussed previously, this is a policy that's really required by law, labor code, and the district, although we believe has been in compliance in its practice, also needs to have the policy that sets out those required practices. As you can see here under section 1030, which requires that every employer provide a reasonable amount of break time to accommodate an employee desiring to express breast milk for the employee's child. And section 1034 requires that we adopt this policy. Next slide, please. The proposed language includes, but is not limited to, of course, a prohibition against discrimination, harassment, and/or retaliation concerning nursing employees, location of break time, and notification to supervisors for the use of accommodations. Since the last, the initial reading at our last board meeting, we further updated the proposed policy to reflect the pronoun, to use the pronoun persons as opposed to mothers throughout, as that was a concern raised by Board Member Phillips, I believe. So that's the only change that we've made since our last presentation. And we would ask that the board adopt this new policy 4033.
Perfect. Are there any public comment?
No, there's no public comment on this item.
Okay, and board member comments or questions? Okay, this is a roll call vote, and will we be taking action, Superintendent?
I'll move the board.
Oh, I'm sorry, I need a first and a second. Thank you. I have a first and a second, and then Superintendent, go ahead.
Member Pritchett,
Aye.
Member Morosky,
Aye.
Member Wu,
Aye.
Member Garcia,
Aye.
Member Villa,
Aye.
Member Rhodes,
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
I'll just jump in with a student preferential aye.
Thank you. I'm really missing it this evening. Pull it together, I promise. All right, item 7.2, revised board policy 6173, education for homeless children. Mr. Bozia.
Thank you, President Pritchett. Again, we're here for a second reading of a proposed revision, this time to the current policy 6173, education for homeless children, which again largely is a policy that is required by federal and state law, McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act. Essentially, the goal of the policy is, as stated here, to remove barriers to identification, enrollment, and retention of homeless children and youth. The current policy was adopted in 2007 and has not yet been revised, requiring this revision to be brought to the board, as noted by a recent CDE review as well, requiring that the district update this policy. Go ahead to the next slide, please. Again, the purpose of this policy is to provide for equal education and equal access to students that are qualify as homeless or unaccompanied youth. Revisions include, again, removing any barriers to enrollment, such as requiring paperwork, of course, residence, proving of residence, and so on and so forth, that are typically required for enrollment. Also providing transportation, as again, it's often the case that a homeless student may be moving around frequently, but they have certain rights to remain in their school of origin under the law if that serves the best interests of the student. Next slide, please. Per the discussion at the last board meeting, we wanted to include within your packet, hopefully you've had an opportunity to review the proposed regulation that we would immediately move forward with upon the board's approval of the policy. We would move forward with review and adoption of a regulation by the cabinet and superintendent, and that regulation again is in your packet. Contains a lot of the details, the detailed list of rights that students have, the detailed list of responsibilities that our district liaison has, as required under the law, that we have a district liaison, which we do, Ms. Monica McRow, the kinds of services that her office provides, and all of the details around various procedures for challenging an enrollment determination or transportation obligations of the district. Some of the issues that were brought up at the last board meeting, Board Member Garcia asked about training. Training requirements are set forth in the regulation as well. And since the last board meeting, based on board member comments, we did alter a bit of the language in the policy as requested, made it a bit stronger. We changed some of the mays to will and shall, as the board had requested. For example, with regard to providing housing questionnaires and other resources to a homeless student.
Great, thank you, Mr. Bozia. Is there any public comment on this?
No, President Pritchett, there's no public comment on this item.
Any board member comments or questions? Okay, This is an action item. Can I get a motion in a second?
Okay.
So move.
And I have a motion in a second.
Can
Student
I just,
Oh.
I just wanted to thank staff. Raul, thank you so much for incorporating the changes to reflect the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you for the good feedback.
All right, student preferential vote.
Aye.
All right, and superintendent, the roll call vote.
Member Pritchett,
Aye.
Member Morowski,
Aye.
Member Wu,
Aye.
Member Garcia,
Aye.
Member Villa,
Aye.
Member Rhodes,
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Item 8.0, public comment. Ms. Moretti, how many public comments do we have this evening?
We have 15 live and 11 written public comments.
11. Okay. We can allow 15 minutes per agenda topic. Ms. Moretti, were you able to separate the public comments into agenda topics prior to the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And how many do we have on each? How many agenda topics do we have?
So on the written comments, 7 are on school reopening, and the other 3 are on separate subjects.
Okay, and the 15 live, why don't we get, let's actually do the 15 live at 1 minute apiece. That way we can hear everybody that is online. And then the 11 comments were all sent to board members via email. So if you could please look at your emails and read those.
President Pritchett?
Yes?
Tonight's going to be a long one, but a lot of I would propose that we move item 10.3 fiscal recovery plan to the top of the agenda, because I believe that's what we're going to have the bulk of a huge conversation on. If we move that to the top of the agenda, I would propose to move that forward to the top of the agenda for the night, if the board is.
Let me ask our legal counsel, because we already did an agenda adoption. Jerry?
You could always move with a second and affirmative vote an agenda item to another place, notwithstanding that you've already done an agenda adoption. It's sort of like a motion for reconsideration. So, but if you're going to do that, it'd be a motion, a second, and unanimous vote to do that, to change your agenda.
Okay. Well, the board consider moving items 10.2 and 10.3. I think those two need to go together and be the new 9.0. Move everything else down.
Member Rhodes, would this be prior to public comment? Because I don't want our 15 live commenters to wait.
Yeah, I think it needs to be after public comment.
No, it'll be prior to public comment.
I think we have to do public comment first.
Public comment, after public comment,
After public comment. Okay. All right. So do I have a motion to move items 10.2 and 10.3 to the new 9.0?
Motion.
All right.
I'll go ahead and second that.
Thank you. And student preferential vote. I know you seconded, but.
That's an aye.
All right, perfect. And then Jerry, do we need to have a roll call vote on this?
As long as you have, by showing of hands, a majority, you don't need to do a roll call vote. But
Okay.
you need to clearly see the hands of a majority of the board members.
Perfect. All right. So all in favor, please raise your hand.
Okay.
Okay. Public comment, Anne?
Yes, our first public comment is from Kimberly Buchholz.
All right. Good evening, board members. Since I know a lot of us speakers prepared 2 minutes of comment at the advice of our representative board member. So I'm wondering if there is an opportunity to submit our full oral comments via writing to someone so that all of the board members can see our statements in their entirety.
Absolutely. We'll get you the information. And do you have Kimberly's email information or contact information to send them information of how they can submit their comments?
We can email, that information is on the agenda. They can submit a form at the URL address or email to an email address.
Okay, thank you very much.
Is that okay, Ms. Buchholz?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. So as you know, my name is Kimberly Buchholz. I'm in support of reopening the schools as soon as possible during this school year. I have a third grader and a first grader. And while I love what their teachers are doing, they're going above and beyond. The current structure is traumatizing my children who used to love going to school. Parents are also suffering with this really flawed and inequitable system. Your stated goal is, quote, guided by the mission to provide every student at every school with the tools they need to be successful. Your stated core values include equity and achievement. You are failing your mission. You are not achieving your core values. You are failing the children of Sacramento. The Trump administration dismissed science and reality, and my hope is that as we usher in this new year with the new administration, science and data can matter. There is undisputed scientific consensus by the CDC and others that schools can reopen safely when proper precautions are taken, such as masks, physical distancing, hand hygiene, and ventilation. And in-person instruction is not causing increases or spikes in COVID-19 infections, according to science.
Excuse me, that was 1 minute.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Buchholz. We'll look forward to seeing your comment in writing.
The next public comment is from Amanda Connolly. And I do not see her on the list.
We can get back to her.
Yes. Next we have Jesse Gook.
Hi, good evening. This is Jessie Gauk. I have 2 daughters in the district, and I'm calling to say that I support opening schools. We just heard Kimberly talk about the science, and I think that's there. I agree that the data supports reopening, and my comments, I really want to focus on the elements that are really within the control of the district. So I'd like to talk about your dashboard. I appreciate that it's there, but I think there are some deficiencies that could be addressed easily. The dashboard identifies some items as required by the Safe Schools for All guidance, as well as items that are above and beyond state standards. Not all of the items are labeled, and they should be, with a distinction between those two things. I think that items that are not, or excuse me, items that are above and beyond, that are in progress should not be a reason to hold up reopening. All of the items that are in progress should have the links to the frequently asked questions live with measurable time-bound objectives and milestones attributed to them, as well as a timeline of activities that should be developed. I recognize that it might not be possible to attribute specific dates to all of those items.
Excuse me, that was 1 minute.
Okay, I'll submit my whole
Thank you, Ms. Gauk. We appreciate that.
Our next public comment is from Teresa Hernandez.
Buenas tardes, señora Cristina, señora Aguilar y demás miembros. Agradezco tener este espacio para hablar por mi comunidad, la cual con la noticia de que tal vez ustedes tengan que recortar la ayuda para los exámenes del IB Program se encuentran preocupados. ¿Alguien me va a traducir, por favor?
I don't know if we have a translator on right now, but I'd be happy to translate.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Aguilar.
Ms. Teresa Hernandez, one of our very active parents from Burbank, is calling to express overall concerns about the possibilities of cuts to IB-related programming, including, I think it's part of our fiscal recovery plan this evening.
Me pregunto yo cómo en una comunidad que vive en la pobreza con un sueldo que no llega a los $2,000 al mes, ¿cómo piensan ustedes que van a poder pagar esos exámenes?
She asks herself and questions how it is that in a community where many of our families make less than $2,000 per month, how can they afford to pay for IB test fees?
Yo como madre soltera, cabeza de familia, con un trabajo de limpieza de casas, que hoy tengo trabajo, mañana no sé, yo no hubiera podido pagar los exámenes de mi hija.
As a head of household herself and somebody that works in the cleaning industry, where she might have a job at one point, but not at other points, she wonders how she would have paid for those types of fees.
Pero gracias a que estuvieron pagando para estos exámenes, mi hija está en UC Riverside, la universidad que ella escogió, y ella está manejando sus estudios y su tiempo con mucha facilidad.
But thanks to the fact that the district did invest in paying for those fees when her daughter was in school, her daughter is attending UC Riverside and is doing well there.
Y esto es lo que yo quiero para los demás estudiantes, estudiantes que ellos no escogieron vivir en un barrio pobre.
And this is what she would like to see all students experience, particularly those that live in low-income neighborhoods with challenges related to socioeconomic status.
Y que su única esperanza es una vida mejor y que el estudio es la única esperanza, la única oportunidad que ellos tienen de ir a la universidad bien preparados.
Who have a lot of hopes in how education can help them achieve success.
Si ustedes cortan esta ayuda, no solo les quitarán la ilusión de seguir estudiando, sino también las ganas de ir a la universidad.
By cutting these types of services, you will be impacting students' not just ability, but desires to pursue higher education.
Por favor, yo les pido que a la hora de tomar una decisión, recuerden que en sus manos está seguir cambiando el futuro de los más necesitados.
And she's asking that as you make this decision, prior to making the decision, that you think about those students who have high hopes of achieving success through education.
Y más que nada, tomar en cuenta la voz de los padres. Gracias.
And to also have deep respect for the voices of parents and families.
Gracias, señora Aguilar, por la traducción.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hernandez. It was so nice to hear from you. All right, Anne?
Yes, our next public comment is from John Myers.
Mr. Myers, I believe you're on mute.
Here, can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, wait. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry, I was on the phone.
That's okay.
Yeah, thanks, trustees, for listening to us parents tonight. My name is John Myers, and I support reopening Sac City Unified School District. I have kids in the 3rd, 6th, and 8th grades, and with foster kids, I've had up to 5 in the district at the same time. I want to say, firstly, that schools are a critical part of our community. Schools closed for 11 months and counting is like cutting a hole out of our community. We're looking to the board to fix this damage. Secondly, parents expect that the district is laser focused on safely opening schools as soon as possible and allowed by county health directives. For this reason, we expect school reopening plans to be on the agenda topic number 1 in each and every school board meeting going forward. Third, county infection rates are dropping really fast. Us parents expect that the district will have reopening plans in place to reopen schools within 1 week of being allowed to do so by the county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Myers.
Our next public speaker is Meredith Nickel. And
members, my name is Meredith Nickel. I'm a parent of a 3rd grader and a 5th grader in the district. And I'm in support of reopening the schools as California law requires as soon as possible. Distance learning is not a substitute for in-person schooling, and I do not want to see it become the new normal. I have 2 requests that I want to get in my 1 minute. First, as John mentioned, I think the board should set a standing agenda item at every single board meeting to provide critical information and updates to the community as well as the board. It can be a very short presentation in 15 or 20 minutes that provides data on public health in the county, the status of physical modifications to the school sites, as well as the status of receiving state and federal funding to allow the district to open schools. My second ask is that the board immediately adopt a clear action plan for returning to in-person instruction. That plan should include a commitment to reopening all schools on a date certain with or without an agreement with the teachers union. Neighboring districts have already reached agreements with their unions, and so should this district. And I also ask that to provide for very productive and open discussions with the unions. The district should commit to the attendance of at least 1 board member at every single bargaining session with the teachers union.
Thank you,
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
We also have Jennifer Mohonier, but I am not seeing her listed. Our next public comment is Maria Rodriguez.
Hi, Ms. Rodriguez.
Hi there. I introduced myself tonight as a very satisfied past consumer of SCUSD's education services. Both of my sons graduated from our schools and are studying to be civil engineers, one at Sac State and one at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. However, I am very sad because 1, I know not every student has had the opportunities as my sons have. 2, when I look to the future, I see the demise of programs and opportunities from which my sons benefited. And 3, a significant side effect of COVID has been the expanding education gap between those with resources and those without. I believe that this past year has taught us new ways of doing things. I believe we are squandering opportunities to learn from our trials. Rather than learn from distress and work together to overcome them, at every turn we are fighting with ourselves. As a member of the LCAP PAC, I had the opportunity to voice my opinion about some new ways we can do things. And I am thankful for the privilege to speak before you. However, after 17 years in this district, I have never felt so hopeless. I will repeat some things that I've asked prior boards. When will our board members and administrators start to take seriously the income side of the budget? I'm not talking about bonds or parcel taxes. I ask SCUSD to behave like a profitable company and how eagerly—
Ms. Rodriguez, but your 1 minute is up.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez.
Our next public comment is from Monica Robinson. And I am not seeing her on the list. Our next public comment is from Terrence Gladney.
Good evening, everyone. I echo Maria Rodriguez's thoughts and feelings. I've been an highly active parent for years. My daughter is now a junior at Kennedy. I currently sit on the bond oversight committee, and we're hearing voices that are pushing for reopening, but even in the bond oversight committee, there's no transparent data that says what is the equitable status of our facilities. How many of our facilities have outdoor learning spaces? How many of our facilities have properly ventilated spaces for our children to return? So we cannot put the cart before the horse. And I think that one of the problems is that there's no interaction or crosswalking between departments in the district. When a bond project leads from construction to maintenance, there's no way for even a bond oversight committee member or facilities to capture the current status. And I think that that's where we are. We have CARES Act dollars that we can spend to serve 2 needs. And we're also, operating a facilities master plan, but there's no crosswalking between those. I think we need to work smarter with the resources that we have, and we can do better.
Thank you, Mr. Gladney.
Thank you.
Our next comment is from Gwen Spann.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. I'm mother to 3 children at Sacramento City Unified School District, and I'm here to urge you to commit to a timeline and plan to reopen Sacramento schools. Like others have attested, the CDC and other reputable health organizations have stated that schools not only can, but should be opening because it can be done safely, and the benefits of in-person school attendance are recognized and understood. I've seen each of my children struggle and suffer this year. They've lost their identity, their peer group, their extracurricular activities. Mental health struggles that 2 of my children have experienced have become exacerbated, and in one case critical. And I'm not even touching on the degradation of their learning. While the teachers are doing their best, and on the whole, a good job given the circumstances, it is absolutely clear to me that my children have experienced a much less, or the education they've experienced is much lower than what they've had up until now. It's not a substitute for in-person school, and I don't want it to become the new normal. I am worried that my children will not be going back to school in the fall, and at this time have begun to look for other alternatives. And if I don't feel that there will be a plan in place, we'll be removing my students from this district.
Thank you, Ms. Spann. Our final live comment is from Rich Vasquez.
We're in the K through 8 open enrollment season, I guess, and every system is perfectly designed to get the results it gets. I mean, you're letting everyone go wherever they want. And how many poor families are taking up the open enrollment process? Again, I always felt to be in my neighborhood, be in my school, because in my neighborhood school, because that's effective for us, efficient. You know, we can't drive half the bounty lines. We recognize that our system is inequitable by design, and we vigilantly work to confront inequities that exist to level the playing field and provide opportunities for everyone to learn and grow and reach their full greatness. My kids did not reach their full greatness because there was no sports, no music, no arts, no programs, no librarian, no nurse. We had nothing. So how can our kids reach their full greatness? We can't. But guess what? The families that are knowledgeable of the open enrollment process, they all flock to certain schools. And that's why you even have distinguished schools and thriving schools, because the open enrollment process creates that. Please, your guiding principle: all students are given an equal opportunity to graduate the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. Again, no sports, no music, no arts, no nothing. That means we're not going to get there. So start organizing your elementary schools. Figure out to do something effective and efficiency, please. 25 of your elementary schools are between 300 and 400 enrollment. 9 are under 300. That is not effective and efficient. You got to start working on this stuff because you're not following your guiding principles. Again, open enrollment for elementary does not get us closer to your core value and guiding principle. It widens the gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. And did you say that was the last live comment?
It was, and we have 11 written comments.
Okay,
do we have time left?
Do we have Amanda Conley back on the line? I know she was number 2.
Yes. No, I don't see her.
Okay. That'll allow us for 7 written comments. Anne, go ahead.
At 1 minute?
At 1 minute, correct.
The first is from John Buchholz and says there is increasing data to suggest that schools can safely reopen, and that safe reopening does not suggest that teachers need to be vaccinated. This is a quote from CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky. She went on to add, quote, vaccinations of teachers is not a prerequisite for safely reopening schools. Our 2 young children have not seen the inside of a classroom for 11 months. My 6-year-old son cried during a Zoom class, saying he missed seeing his teacher and classmates in human. Families are crippled because at least one parent is forced to stay home and help young children with their schooling. It has been appalling to see our society consistently prioritize the reopening of places such as bars and gyms, while our children and families are left to struggle. Particularly disgusting to me is that many private schools are allowed to open, allowing more well-off families to essentially buy their way out of the problem. And the next comment is from Stephanie Zook and says, I am a parent of a 6-year-old in SUSD. He has amazing teachers, but his class has gotten much smaller and will get smaller as parents continue to lose hope in this district. Whether you believe it is safe to open all schools today or not, the fact is that cases are lowering and vaccines are coming, and we have no plan for when it arrives. not even a plan for our youngest children who can be kept in stable groups and cannot read well enough to operate computers on their own. We must agree to a process for when and how to return to school when vaccines are available and cases have lowered to an agreed upon amount. There needs to be a standing item on every meeting agenda that addresses our progress reopening schools. Thank you. The next comment is from Jamie James and says, as our county reaches the state guidelines for return to school of under 25 cases per 100,000, I'd like to plead with the district for a safe in-person return to the classroom before the end of the school year. As we approach 1 year of not stepping foot into a classroom, I am seeing a huge decline in motivation and focus, and this is severely affecting my children's grades and mental state. Nothing replaces the proper environment of a classroom. Study after study has been published showing the structured environment of elementary schools in other counties, states, and countries do not increase the incidence of infection. In fact, studies show that a classroom is safer than being out in the community. We did not know this last March and April, but there is now plenty of data showing this can happen. I urge the district to complete the safety precautions suggested for the classrooms and implement a return date before summer break. The next comment is from Carrie Claremont and says, I am writing in support of schools reopening as soon as teachers are vaccinated. The students and parents are suffering without in-person schooling. Data from open schools in other districts and private schools suggests it is safe to conduct school with everyone wearing masks. Despite public perception, young children, kindergarten, are the best mask wearers I know. At this point, the benefits of in-person school outweighs the risks. There are many essential workers who have worked in person, myself included, throughout this pandemic. Teachers are essential workers. They should get vaccine priority and should come back to the classroom as soon as the vaccines are effective. The kids need to be in school without delay. And the next comment is from Natasha Martin Lerner and says, I am writing to voice support for the district and union to come up with a plan to open schools as soon as possible. Across the state and nation, we see examples of schools and districts operating safely that can be replicated here. Our students have been out of school for almost a year. If we don't get back to school before the end of the year, students will have been out of school for a year and a half. Being away from the structure of school for this long period will permanently set back many students both academically and socially. I fear that some students will never come back to the school system after being disconnected for so long. Even if it is just for a few months, we must get our students back into school building this year to ensure that they don't lose touch with their school community. And the next comment is from Christy Cross. I want to stress the importance of the students returning to in-person learning as soon as possible. The social emotional impact, as well as the immense loss of education, has made a significant negative impact on the children. The longer they are in distance learning, the greater the loss will be. And the next comment is from Addie Young and says, I am the parent of 2 remote learners, 6 and 9. I am an essential worker who has never stopped working since the pandemic hit. I understand remaining closed until teachers are vaccinated, but once vaccinations have happened, the fighting between the district and teachers must stop and schools must reopen. Many families are considering leaving the district because full-time working families cannot continue to support remote learning and keep our jobs. Some will go to private schools that are open on waivers if they can. Some are already having to choose between going to work and their children's education. If faced with hunger and homelessness, parents will always choose work to pay their bills. The law requires that students receive an education. Virtual learning is not working well for our family. Teachers are extremely limited in what they can do virtually. We are extremely blessed not to need interventions, but I'm assuming that the families that do need interventions or special education are suffering even more than we are. And that was the 7th comment.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ms. Moretti.
You're welcome.
And board members have the additional comments in their email. Like I said, please look into your email. All right. Let's see. So now we have a new 9.0. We're doing this 9.1, which will be the resolution number 3180, recognition of district structural deficit. All right. Superintendent, are you having somebody present on this, or am I presenting? Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry, President Pritchett, at this point, it would be you, and certainly Ms. Ramos is also available. I'm also available to support you with that.
Okay, that's perfect. All right, well, with that, I think that I want to first say that I appreciate all of our board members' comments at the last meeting. We took those and incorporated them into, we added board intention for the resolution, which is to establish the basis for taking actions to reduce the structural deficit. We also moved a few things around per board members' requests in terms of importance on the resolution. We clarified the figures on current projections, not certainties. And as the resolution states, it's the information that we have at this very moment in time. We kind of simplified the clause, explaining that the current practice related to the books and supplies line item, which I know was a concern of board members, and to emphasize the board values of the hard working contributions of our employees, and believes that its employees deserve a competent compensation package and supports collaborative relationships with labor partners. It adds a reference in the resolution to the board policy that supports an interest-based and non-adversarial bargaining. It resolves to support the district and labor partners to establish a collaborative and non-adversarial labor relations, and encourages district labor partners to commit and recommit in participating in Labor Management Institute, the LMI, and other similar entities. With that, I will open it up for conversation, but I believe we need to take public comment first. And like I said at the last board meeting, this is really our collective voice, and it is our duty. Once again, I'll remind you, it is our duty to be good stewards of this district. So with that, Anne, we have public comment?
Yes, we have one live and one written public comment. And the live public comment is from Daniel Darby.
Perfect, thank you. Hello, Mr. Darby.
Hello. Are we ready?
Yep, we're ready.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me, board. I spoke to you last week about this resolution and how I felt it framed the current situation in somewhat of a false narrative, cherry picking items from the listed references that you have in this resolution. To keep this brief, I would ask that you do a no vote on this resolution to send a clear message to the author that this farce needs to stop, and that we need to stop creating false narratives by cherry picking information. By saying yes, you will be a sower of deceit within this district. People can forgive if you are naive or if you make a mistake, but they will not forgive deceit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Darby.
Our written public comment is from Allison French Tubo, and it says, please vote in favor of this resolution. It contains some painful truths that are long overdue for official recognition by SCUSD's board. It's sorrowful that all the back and forth of the previous years has brought us to this point, yet here we are. I hope that this is the inflection point from which all stakeholders choose to move forward together. As a parent and community member, I see the ultimate purpose of the resolution as getting SCUSD onto a stable fiscal path to ultimately better the education of our community's kids. We still have many gaps in equity to address. And that's the final public comment on this.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, I'm going to open this up for board discussion at this time. And I'm pulling out the resolution right now.
President Pritchett, can I
Yes.
just interject real quickly? One other change that was made based on feedback is that there is a portion that recognizes that some of these challenges are long-standing in Sac City Unified as well. And I just wanted to make sure that the board recognized that.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Superintendent. All right, and like I said, we're going to open this up for board discussion, and I hope we incorporated your changes and requests. Member Garcia?
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Behrens, I may need some help here. So I wanted to make a motion to add language to the resolution, in particular to add language relating to how the district will prioritize the use of new and ongoing funds. And by that, I mean that district staff or the district will essentially first use new and ongoing state and or federal dollars to offset the ongoing structural deficit. Second, use ongoing savings from negotiated agreements. And third, use ongoing savings from non-negotiated actions so that we have a clear understanding as to which buckets of additional revenue will be applied first to offset the ongoing structural deficit. So I hope that my colleagues agree that I feel like that component is missing from this resolution that gives a clear direction to staff. It is, and also a clear communication to our community in terms of what our goals are in addressing this ongoing structural deficit. So I don't know what else I need to do at this point in time to make sure that that is, accepted into the motion as we take up the action to this resolution.
Mr. Behrens?
But what you're requesting is a motion to amend the resolution. And it would be well advised when you make that motion to specify where you want it in the resolution and what the exact language would be. And if that's seconded, then you would have a vote. I would suggest a roll call vote. And if you don't get a second, it fails. If you get a second, then you vote either to approve or disapprove the amendment to the resolution. So the more specific your motion could be, Board Member Garcia, the better the board and the public can appreciate the amendment.
So I do have specific language that I would like to propose then. So I've pulled up the resolution here. I don't know how we're going to do this, but in the third, let's see, in the, yes, Superintendent?
Member Garcia, let me just ask Mr. Flores if you could pull up that item for the rest of the board to see. That way, we as staff also have the greatest amount of clarity as well. Mr. Flores, can you pull up the?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
There we go. It's the third one down, Mr. Flores.
So it is the one that, yeah, the last one that talks about the 2% reserve without a structural deficit. So right after that sentence, keep going. It's like, it's towards the end.
The very end, yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought you said the third one down. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No, it's towards the end. Be it further resolved.
The very end, yeah.
Yeah. Because these are all the whereases.
Right there.
Right there. So right after structural deficit, I would propose to add the district will prioritize offsetting the structural deficit by first applying any new and additional ongoing state and federal revenues. Second, applying any ongoing savings achieved through negotiations. And third, applying any ongoing savings achieved through non-negotiated actions. And I hope that's clear enough to really understand the sequence or how we're prioritizing those additional revenues and savings. Is that clear, Jerry?
Well, it's clear to me, but obviously your board members, I defer to them. But if you're doing it in the form of a motion to amend what you have just stated, then there would have to be a second. Then there would be discussion on the amendment only, followed by a vote. So if you are making a motion, Board Member Garcia, or so move by you, you will have to have a second in order for there to be a discussion.
Okay, so I am officially making a motion to amend the resolution to include the language that I just read.
Seconded.
All right, now we have a discussion followed by a board vote. The discussion is only on the amendment.
All right, board discussion. Anybody, Member Borowski?
Thank you. Just to clarify, the procedure right now is: are we first going to take a vote on the amendment to the motion and then take a vote on the motion?
Correct.
Yes,
on the
that's correct.
Resolution. Okay, great.
So this discussion is just on the amendment.
Okay, wonderful.
Do you have questions?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to support that. It makes sense to me. I think it's just saying in kind of written or spoken, I guess, written form, what we've sort of been talking about this whole time. And so I think it's not self-evident, but it's consistent with what we've been saying in terms of the priorities. So if we get ongoing revenue, we're going to use that first to close the deficit, right? If we are able to achieve ongoing savings through negotiations, that's the other piece that we are trying to achieve in order to minimize cuts to student programs. So the last thing we want to do is to make cuts to student programs. So if we don't get the revenues and we don't get the negotiated savings, the student programs is kind of our last choice. I think, I'm trying to paraphrase of what you're saying, but if I understand that correctly, then I'm supportive of that amendment.
You are correct.
Perfect. Are there any other board member comments regarding the amendment? All right. So we take, I have a first and a second on the amendment. And we'll go into a roll call vote on the amendment itself. Correct, Jerry?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, Member Wu, did you have your hand up before we take roll?
No, I took it down.
Oh, okay, perfect. All right. So we have a first and a second student preferential vote.
I'm going to vote no.
Okay. And superintendent, roll call vote.
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Morawski.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, so now we're going to get to the resolution in whole with the changes that were just voted upon. And I'll open it up.
I'd like to make a motion. Sorry.
Oh, sure. Member Phillips?
Just one tiny one. I would move to strike item number 2, Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistant Team, FCMAT 2018, from the first page.
And Mr. Flores, can I just interject? I'm sorry, Member Phillips, if I can ask that you put that on the screen again so that we have clarity.
So we're on the first page,
Yes.
numbered items. It's at the bottom. Or unless it's moved. Oh, it's moved. Keep scrolling. It says
it's on page 2.
1 through 5.
Are you talking about on page 2, Member Phillips?
Yeah.
Okay, right at the top.
Right. Okay. So that changes. So I'm moving to remove the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, FCMAT 2018. And the reason I'm asking to remove that is because we have information from the 2020 FCMAT. I would like the most updated information to be in here. As a result of removing that, it will also change item number 5. If we continue on to item number 5, that the district is unlikely to solve, that takes information from FCMAT 2018. Also from item 3, it takes information from FCMAT 2018. And then on the 3rd page, I guess we'd have to look for that one. It says, whereas the Board of Education recognizes that employee compensation. So yeah, this one, that also has FCMAT 2018 information in it, page 17. I would like to make sure, or I would like to ask that we have the most current information. So if we can find information from the FCMAT 20 regarding these items, I would propose that we make those changes.
And that would be an amendment, another amendment, Jerry. I got you.
It would. I'm not quite sure what the amendment would be.
Yeah, and I guess Superintendent, can you tell us why the first one that Member Phillips had mentioned shows the 2020 FCMAT report, and the others have later date?
Yeah, certainly. The 2018 report was the kind of overarching fiscal health analysis that was triggered and that FCMAT conducted. It was a much deeper dive. The 2019 or 2020 that is being referenced was a review that was tighter in scope, if you will. I think that if I could ask maybe Superintendent Gordon, if you or Mr. Schweitzer could also just kind of describe the difference between the 2018, what's involved in the fiscal health analysis report versus the one that took place over the course of last summer. That would be very helpful for our board to understand.
Yeah, of course. I'll just start it off, and I'll let Mr. Schweitzer finish up. I think that the whole sequence of reports is important to put in there because they all have a different level of detail, but they speak of the sequence of events that has occurred in Sac City, which lead you to the current situation that they're in. So I think they are all important and all relevant, and the information in each can be distinguished. I don't think it should be removed. But Mr. Schweitzer, you want to comment?
Yeah, sure. So the 2018 report was a fiscal health risk analysis, and it was a comprehensive analysis, everything from financial management to position to control to internal controls. So it covered like a very broad range of subjects, very, very intensive analysis of all the different factors that could result in the district ultimately becoming fiscally insolvent. So a very comprehensive analysis. Whereas the 2020 FCMAT report really focused on doing a multi-year projection for the district and just seeing, projecting out, potential fiscal deficits, when the district might run out of cash. So 2018, very comprehensive, broad, multiple factors. 2020, very narrow on fiscal projections.
Okay, thank you so much, Superintendent Gordon and Mr. Schweitzer, for that explanation. With that explanation, Member Phillips, are you still asking for us to strike any of that?
Member Phillips, you're muted.
Thank you, Member Shake. The only thing that I would want to potentially remove, and it may already be removed because I can't see the new copy, regarding the district being unlikely to solve their structural deficit.
Mr. Clark, can you put it up, please?
Yeah, it's number 5.
Okay.
That's still on there.
The actual paragraph, number 5. And my reason for asking to strike this, we have no information in the FCMAT 2020 that gives this information. You said that it was broad in 2018 or 2019, and that it was more detailed in 2020. So the only reason I'm asking to move that is that it kind of says again what has been said, besides the fact that, no, I will pull that back. So I'll pull the motion back. I'm not sure how to do that, Mr. Jerry.
Well, it was never seconded.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can certainly pull back your own motion because no action was taken.
Okay. Well, we could try to see if there's a second, but I'm not sure. Maybe someone else has more input, and a second will allow us discussion.
Well,
so I'll continue with the motion. I got to say it again.
Your motion, I believe, is to amend the resolution by striking paragraph 5.
Yes.
And if that's your motion, then there would have to be a second. So some time, just a little bit of time would be given to see if there's anyone making a second to amend the resolution to strike paragraph 5. So board president Pritchett.
Yeah.
I just give not much time to see if anyone wants to make a second. And if there's no second, it fails.
Perfect. I'm giving board members just a few moments to read it. All right. Do we have a second for the amended motion to strike line number 5? All right. I don't see any.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. And thank you for reviewing that, Member Phillips.
Motion fails.
I'm sorry, Mr. Behrens?
Motion fails. So
yes, motion failed.
Thank you for the record.
Thank you. All right, is there any other, now we're back to the main resolution with the amended portion from Member Garcia. Member Morawski.
Oh, yes, thank you. I just I wanted to thank Member Phillips for kind of the close look at that. And I just wanted to recognize that I think Member Garcia and I, it was our first board meeting where this 2018 FCMAT report was presented. So it was a pretty daunting meeting. And I do think, given the content of that report, that's important to recognize, because it's not the actual numbers on the at any point in time, but I think some of these structural challenges have such a long history that a lot of the things that happened in the past are still quite relevant. and there's just a lot of things going on, and it's the recent history is really complicated. So I just wanted to recognize that, and just that number 5 with respect to health benefits costs. That's been something really consistent with all the different reviews that have been done. Even when we brought in, we had a time in 2019 where we brought in kind of an interim CBO team to help us through, and that was basically the first thing they said too. So I feel good about that. It does have a lot of support from the different audits and things, and just wanted to recognize all of our new board members haven't been through just kind of the drip of all the different reports that we've gotten over the years. So definitely respect the need to fully understand it, and I hope we can move forward with consensus on whatever the resolution is. And if there's any outstanding questions or things, I think it's worth it's worth taking the time to get this right. I think this is really important for us all to move forward in agreement. So just encourage if you still have outstanding questions or want to discuss things, either if we could talk about it tonight, or if we need more time, then I think it's worth just getting it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Morawski. Member Phillips?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that it's mentioned, obviously, ongoing expenses, state audit. We mentioned the same thing 2, 3, what I've marked down 4 times in this. So I do appreciate Mr. Schweitzer and Mr. Gordon giving the breakdown as to the 2019 and 2020 reports. Yeah, at this time though, I just wanted to say that, and thank you for clarifying that, Board Member Morawski. There's a lot to know, there's a lot to process, and there's a lot to digest. I get it. Thank you.
That is a definite, Member Phillips. All right, is there any other board discussion? Questions?
I had my hand raised.
I'm sorry, Member Rhodes, go ahead.
I'll lower my hand because I guess I could just raise my hand manually like this. My question was around the verbiage in the end, where it says, "Be it further resolved that it must reduce unrestricted general fund expenditures in order to balance the multi-year budget that meets the state mandate of 2% reserve, avoid state loan and takeover, and provides a fundamental foundation for solvency and reinvestment in critical priorities when resources allow." I thought that the statement "when resources allow" is subjective, and I sent my request to superintendent earlier in the week. I don't know if it has actually been put in.
Again, Mr. Flores, sorry to interject, Mr. Flores, if you can come back to the language. That is different language today, Member Rhodes. So I want to make sure that the board has a chance to review that.
Can we move down and view that too? Because the copy that I have currently, it doesn't have it. I don't see that.
Can you scroll down, please, Mr. Flores? This is at the very end, "Be it further resolved," the second "be it further resolved."
The second to the last page, there you go.
A little bit more. Thank you, right there.
You have state mandated 2% reserve without a structural deficit. Okay, I see. So that's what you guys changed to, without a structural deficit. What I was asking specifically is for 2% mandate reserve and solvency occurs. I would like to change it to that verbiage to be very specific, because if we're saying that we are at this point, and we want to be very specific, I think more specific, we should be like when 2% mandate reserve and solvency occurs. that's what I would like to motion for the verbiage to be changed to.
Okay.
Okay, do you have specific language, Mr. Member Rhodes?
I did say the specific language. I wanted to, am I on speaker still? Let me check again.
Yeah, you are. We can hear you.
Thank you. So the specific language that I would like it to say instead, when it says when resource allows, I would like to, instead of that, I would like to say when 2% mandate, reserve, and solvency occurs. That's what I would like to say.
Okay, I'm going to give board members just a moment to read it over real quick.
Seconded.
What did he say?
I said that I would like it to say when our 2% mandate, reserve, and solvency occurs. We're talking about at the end where it says reinvestment in critical priorities when resources allow, and it was changed slightly, but I would like the verbiage to say when our 2% mandate, reserve, and solvency occurs. It rhymes as well, but it wasn't purposeful.
Okay. Member Garcia.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what you're trying to accomplish with the changes in the language. So I'm not sure if I'm just not getting it. And I'm wondering if maybe staff or Rose, I'm not sure, if someone can help me understand what impact that language has to what's currently in this particular section.
Member Garcia, I'll try to answer, and then certainly Ms. Rose. We interpreted some of the feedback to mean that rather than leave open the question of when we might be able to invest in critical areas or critical priorities, that this now specifies that that would occur when we meet the state mandated 2% reserve. And as I'm hearing Member Rhodes, at that point, he would like, I think, that the term solvency as well. But there is a distinction between meeting the state mandated 2% reserve, which we could potentially meet and still have a structural deficit, versus meeting the state mandated 2% reserve and specifying that our goal is to reach that without a structural deficit, and then be able to invest in those critical priorities.
Okay, that makes it clear. So I don't know if Rose has a comment, or maybe Superintendent Gordon may help me further understand what the net impact of that is. Because I think intuitively, I think that we're here because we've always had a structural deficit, right? We can't just seem to overcome that structural deficit. So I think it's important to know what we are willing to support.
That's correct. And I can start it off and certainly allow our SCOE advisors to jump in, Member Garcia, but that is the problem. And I think we had talked about this in previous interim reports, that due to, not spending fully our budgets or one-time money, the district can, move in and out between possibly the technical certifications, right? But our deficit is still there. It's still persistent. And that was the problem, and that all of these audits have pointed out that over the previous years, the district has been getting by with one-time resources and never fully addressing that structural deficit. And so you get to a point where you deplete those one-time resources, and then, it's game over essentially, or you run out of cash. And so this, by changing that, we're not addressing, I guess, the root of our problem. And it will lead to us not being able to and I don't want to speak for SCOE, but we would possibly not have a balanced budget. And so our budgets would continue to be not approved by SCOE. But why don't we if Mr. Schweitzer or Dave, Superintendent Gordon would like to, comment on that as well.
Sure. This is Nick Schweitzer with SCOE. I can jump in on that, and certainly we concur with Ms. Ramos. As long as you have a structural deficit, you will end up at a point of being insolvent, which is the problem and the root cause. Obviously we want the district to maintain its minimum reserve requirements, but in order to ensure that the district is able to do that, we need to see that the district is able to balance its ongoing expenditures with its ongoing revenues, and not have a structural deficit. Otherwise, the district's always going to be at risk at insolvency at some point down the road. And that's been a difficulty with approving budgets that the district has submitted, and that structural deficit has always indicated in a year or 2 years out that the district is not meeting minimum reserves and will be insolvent. And until that's solved, then we're always going to have difficulty approving a budget for the district because of it.
Mr. Schweitzer, I have a quick question for you. And for clarification and for the public who might be watching this, what we're having a conversation about right now is the terminology, I guess, of solvency and structural deficit. Just to be clear, you're saying that the district can be solvent and meet the 2% percentage that we need to meet, but then be structurally still in a deficit. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Schweitzer?
Yeah, I mean, so today the district is solvent. You're able to meet you've got sufficient funding to meet your expenses. In 2 to 3 years from now, because of the structural deficit, the district may very well be insolvent and unable to meet. I mean, that the solvency just means that you are currently able to meet your current expenses with your current revenues. Right. But as I said, and having a structural deficit means that there's an imbalance between your current revenues and your current expenditures. Now, I should say solvency, rather than revenues, your revenues plus your reserves, right? Which has been the case. You've been able to use, reserves and one-time funding and other sources to meet your current expenses. So you're currently solvent, but you've got this structural deficit in that revenues are lower than current revenues, ongoing revenues are lower than current ongoing expenses, projected out into the future, and then eventually you spend down your reserves and you do not have sufficient revenue or reserves to meet your current expenses.
Thank you, Mr. Schweitzer. And my last question for you, when we're talking about this, our district is currently solvent, and the reason we have yourself and Mr. Gordon is because our district budget shows 2 years out that we will be insolvent, and that is why we have the GOE that's overseeing this process, correct?
Yes, that's part of it. I would also, it's because of the risk of insolvency and because of the underlying causes that are driving that risk of insolvency. So, when the district evaluates their budget and their fiscal position, and when we review a district's budget and their interim reports, certainly we look at whether the district is able to meet, minimum reserves. That's probably the primary thing we look at, but we're also required to look at a wide range of different measures of financial risk. Same as, so what FCMAT looked at when they did their fiscal health risk analysis. There's a range of measures that you should use to evaluate, whether the district is at risk of insolvency in the next year or two. So, and having an operating deficit is a significant indicator of risk, and a significant concern, and that's another one of the reasons why this district has had their budgets disapproved and has had to certify negative over the last couple of years. And there are other, I mean, as I said, there's a wide range of things. You know, use of one-time funding for ongoing expenses is another indicator of risk, and you know, all those things that the FCMAT report identified and the auditor identified are all indicators of fiscal risk and potential insolvency. So it's, you know, while that 2% minimum reserve is very important, there's a broader range of things that we are mandated, we're required to look at as well.
Thank you, Mr. Schweitzer. My bigger thing here is knowing that we don't want to continually utilize. We don't want to utilize our resolution to not fund critical things in the future, because we are saying that, you know, we haven't reached a certain point, and so we continue to cut, but then we're never supporting in the ways we could. Obviously, we're aware that we have a structural deficit currently, and it's important that we do say that we do have a structural deficit, and people understand that our current situation today is that we have a structural deficit, right? Not saying our current situation in June might look different, but as of today, this is where we're at. And that's something I think that everybody can agree on with our current information that we have now, right? Not saying that our information later might change next month, 3 months from now, but right now that's where we're at. I do understand what you're saying, and I understand how you guys are putting it together. My only concern is that we don't have a timeline, but hopefully that what Board Member Garcia said earlier with her points, that we can actually, when those new funds come in and we have a timeline, that we can actually say, okay, well, we have these pinpointed options and definitions to where we can go off of. But I really don't want our students and our folks to be left out due to verbiage that can be subjective and articulated in any way that we might see fit. And so that's my biggest concern here.
Thank you, Member Rhodes. Member Morosky.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank my board colleagues and Member Rhodes for that really robust and in-depth discussion. I think it's really awesome that we're getting to this level of, you know, detail and talking about the difference between solvency and the structural deficit, because I think those are a lot of the conversations that frankly were not happening at this board for a long time. So I think it's just super positive. I did want to, I think my kind of observation on that, and I totally understand your concern, Member Rhodes, because we are like in this, we are in a deficit of investments in students, right? Like we have so many things that our kids need that we are not giving them right now. And so a couple things, I think, you know, keeping the resolution language the way it is, I don't think will prevent us from making those investments in the short term, especially with the new federal funds that we have, you know, like summer programming, extra help. You know, we have a good influx of funds, you know, to do those kind of targeted interventions, I think, over the next year or two. But I think the bigger, like kind of longer term problem is, while we're operating a structural deficit, we cannot or should not make ongoing commitments, you know, like, so we can't ever get to a point, as long as we're operating a structural deficit, we can't get to a point where we can say like, okay, we're going to make this ongoing investment. We're going to like create this program. We're going to, you know, adopt this thing that costs $5 million a year, and we know we can sustain it. Those are the types of strategic choices that we need to get to, but we're not going to be able to get to unless we, you know, take care of that structural deficit, and we actually have the money to reinvest after that. So,
Thank you for that, Board Member Morowski. I would say that what we can do though is we can try our best to maintain the services that we currently have, and maintain
Absolutely.
and seeing how we take best practices and enforce those programs. And so, as we start talking about cuts, what we'll talk about tonight, I'm fully aware of what our situations are, but I'm also fully aware of our community's situation. I'm also fully aware of the learning loss that is happening. I'm also fully aware of the mental health situations that are happening. And with that is where I have cause for pause in how and really looking at the language that we put forward in our resolutions, being bold action takers in our resolutions for the betterment of our students. And so I don't want the verbiage to allow us to be in a place where we can justify taking away. That's all.
All right, thank you, Member Rhodes and Member Morowski. All right, I believe Member Rhodes had an amendment. So are you putting your amendment on the table, Member Rhodes?
Yeah, let's rock.
Okay, and it was, I'm sorry, was there a second to the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'm sorry, Mr. Behrens?
I think just for clarity, if we could all understand what's being stricken by the motion by Board Member Rhodes and what is being inserted. And I thought I heard what's being stricken is without a structural deficit. But I want to be sure what the end of the sentence would be, where it says a multi-year budget and meet the state mandated 2% reserve. What's being added?
Well, can we add the solvency portion to it as well? I know that Mr. Schweitzer explained it very well, but I think if we can also add that would be amazing. If you yeah, that's what I like to add.
So are you asking to add that after the 2% reserve?
Yes, I would like to add 2% solvency, and you can keep on the other part as well.
President Pritchett, we can just put a state mandated 2% reserve and achieve solvency without a structural deficit or something to that effect.
Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second for the amendment.
Sorry, I saw Member Rhodes' lips moving. Sorry, Member Pritchett.
I just said,
Member Rhodes, please just raise your hand. I'll catch you if you're good. Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to amend the resolution. A student preferential vote?
No.
All right, superintendent, roll call vote?
Yes, Member Pritchett.
No.
Member Morowski.
No.
Member Wu.
No.
Member Garcia.
No.
Member Villa.
No.
Member Rhodes.
Yes.
Member Phillips.
Yes.
Okay, the motion has failed. Thank you for that feedback though and that engaging conversation, Member Rhodes.
Definitely.
All right. We're back to the original resolution now with the amendment from Member Garcia. Is there any other board discussion regarding the resolution? Member Morowski.
Sorry, hopefully this is the last one, hopefully. But I just wanted to again thank everyone for the discussion, and just if anyone feels uncomfortable about moving forward with this before we go on to a vote, I would just implore you to make that known first, and we can take the time to work it out if that's the case.
All right. Is there any other board discussion? All right. Can I get a motion to approve the resolution with the amended portion from Member Garcia?
So moved.
Thank you. A motion and a second? All right.
Second.
All right, student preferential vote?
Aye.
All right, superintendent roll call.
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Morowski.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Phillips. Member Phillips.
Call that mute button. Aye.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right. Motion passes. Thank you so much to the board and all of these engaging conversations. This is definitely a framework for us to work off of. And I'm sure we'll be seeing lots more in the near future. All right. With that, we're going to go to item 9. It's going to be 9.2, which was the original 10.3, I believe.
Madam President, I think it might be simpler to keep the numbers because otherwise you're going to be renumbering as we go on. All you did was advance on the agenda 10.2. Now you are taking up the advanced item 10.3.
10.3. Okay, thank you.
That way we keep our numbers in order.
Thank you, Mr. Behrens. That helps a lot. All right, item 10.3, fiscal recovery plan. Ms. Ramos?
Yes, good evening, President Pritchard and board members, superintendent, members of the public. Here we are presenting to you again the fiscal recovery plan and the PowerPoint, if someone could please show that. We are not going to go through the entire slide deck that we have been presenting. This is a summarized version, just a couple of slides just to bring everybody back up to speed on where we left off. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of history and background, and there was quite a bit of discussion on the district's status. And so these 3 bullets simply just repeat that, what the district's structural deficit has been for the last few years, and how we've managed that deficit with one-time resources and reserves, which of course we all know is not a sustainable plan because the resources will eventually be depleted. And then we are projecting, based on the information we have right now as a first interim, that by around March of 22, we're at risk of really having serious cash challenges. Next slide, please, which would trigger a state loan. Now, this is a slide you've seen before. These are the items we've shared with you that are subject to negotiations, that if we were to achieve some solution with any of these items, they would achieve the potential cost savings in the far right column. There's the variety of benefits here and furlough days and cost of 1%. Next slide, please. And these are the list of the final list of proposed items. This is part of the fiscal recovery plan we have been sharing with you for the past couple of months. And these are the items that were moved forward from that list. And the total for these items is $3.1 million. And these are the non-negotiable, unrestricted general fund reduction options. Next slide, please. And then this is another category. These were items that were identified as items that could be reduced. However, we were able to identify some potential funding for these items, and it is over to the right, and it's temporary CARES funding. The activity that is, or the services provided by these items does meet the category or the eligibility to be funded out of CARES funding. And so we've indicated temporary because, as we know, those are not ongoing resources, and these activities are ongoing expenses. So we have funding in our new round of stimulus funding to possibly fund these for looks like about a year or 2 years. And so should the board decide to elect this, then we'll just have to remember to come back once that funding is expired and either identify a new funding source, or these items will have to be considered for reduction at that point. And the total is 1.6. And this, thank you. Next slide is another category. This is another item that's up for additional review, or possibly, depending on the outcome of the final state budget, might be considered for remaining in the budget. But at this point, it is considered for reduction because it is a contribution from the unrestricted general fund to the preschool program in the amount of $564,000. And we're just going to pause just for a second to explain that asterisk, to indicate that this amount here is not for the preschool parent participation program. That is a completely separate program. That was the contribution for that program was reduced last fiscal year, well, the start of this fiscal year, 7/1/20, because that program moved to a self-sustaining model. So it can be a little confusing because of the title. So we're talking about two different programs in this $564,000 reduction. Next slide, please. So the total of these items, assuming that the board does take action to approve, is about $5.3 million in total. So you have the cost savings from that first category, then the cost savings from those other items that will be funded with alternative temporary CARES funding, and then the preschool contribution. Next slide, please. Oh, can we go back to that slide? I'm sorry, I did forget to bring everybody back up to just to remind everyone that originally the fiscal recovery plan that was presented to everyone back when we first presented it was in November. It was about $18 million in total of all the items on there. So just as a reminder, to clarify that it's not that the district doesn't need $18 million in reductions. It's just that these are the items that made the final list. We all know, based on our deficit, the district needs far more than the 18 and obviously far more than the 5.37 million. So this is just a very small portion of our target that we need. Next slide, please. Now, this is just some additional information we've been working on that has been requested of staff, is to identify average cost per student. So we could compare some of the smaller schools and smaller programs to those programs or schools that operate at enrollment levels that are at higher rates of 90% or above. And so it was quite an analysis, because we wanted to be very, very conscientious in keeping the comparisons apples to apples, since the programs can be quite different. So we looked at only unrestricted funding for obvious reasons, because it's unrestricted funding that is of concern here. As we all know, restricted funding, pays for its expenses 100%, and so that wasn't an issue there. And then with the second item factor that was used was school site staffing by FTE. Included in the staffing were the teachers, obviously, the administrators, instructional assistants, custodial operational support, and the office support. And then we applied average salaries for all FTEs, so kept that the same and constant, because we know salaries can, vary depending on longevity and step and column. And then we used 1920 enrollment as well. Again, that was our final year when we had, a relatively stable enrollment. Next slide, please. So once we took all that into consideration, then we started to look at the analysis. And the reason we did this is because, as we know, many of these programs that are on the list of the fiscal recovery plan were on this list because they require staffing levels and support above base in order to fulfill their educational requirements. And the reason for that is because these programs do not have the enrollment levels that they need to be, pretty much self-sustaining or far more efficient when it comes to FTE. So there's various items, and these items will be analyzed in this for either elimination or potential restructure. And here is the data that we were able to come up with. So we started with the K-8 schools first. And so we calculated the average unrestricted cost per student for K-8 schools. And what we had to do here was take kind of a hybrid of our elementary schools and our middle schools to come up with that average of, which is in the center column in bold, of $5,837. And then we went to each of these K-8 schools that require FTE above the base and calculated what is their unrestricted cost per student at their schools. And so that's what you'll see in the third column. And so we took that amount, of course, subtracted it by the average cost of K-8 schools and came up with the difference, which is the difference really is the additional cost per student at these various schools. And then we multiplied that by the enrollment just to show you on average, what it costs in addition to support these programs. Not to say that, that these programs are, they're very valuable to the district, but they do cost the district more than the other programs with enrollments at 90% or above. And this is not a list that includes all of our K-8 schools. There's one school that does have enrollment that is above, that is higher than these other programs. So the total of these schools is about 2.6. Now, please keep in mind that these numbers do not represent the above base staffing or above base needs. This is simply an analysis just to show the cost per student and the additional cost per student compared to average. So again, this is for our K-8 schools. And the next slide, please. And we did the same for one of our elementary schools that also requires funding above base. And this is Caleb Greenwood. And so I've already kind of walked you through the calculation. We did the same thing. We used our unrestricted average cost at our elementary schools that are at 90% or above to come up with a $5,994. And then compared that to the cost of running this school at $6,459 to come up with that difference. And so it requires about $250,000 more to run a school of this size. Next slide, please. And then we did the same thing to set for the 712 schools. And this is our two schools over to the very left. And so you'll see here that these schools require about 1.2 between both of them. And then there's a note at the top that says we looked at their enrollment, and their enrollment is about 50% of the average of our high schools. When we take their high school segment, and then when you look at their middle school segment, it's about 50% of our average enrollment for our middle schools that are operating at 90% or above of enrollment. Next slide, please. And then finally, here is our one small high school. This one was operating at about 20% of average enrollment for our typical high schools. So of course, it would cost, significantly more to operate a smaller school. And this was about $660,000. So in total, it's about $4.7 million in additional resources to operate smaller schools and smaller programs for the district, looking at these in particular. And again, these are averages that we used, keeping certain numbers constant. Next slide, please. So here, again, this is a slide that you've seen before. This is just, again, bringing everyone up to date on what our projected deficit is, assuming that we make these adjustments for the governor's recent proposal for COLA. We apply our unduplicated percentage, which we know that we've recovered that, and then the projected enrollment decline. So once we add those in, and those are all the bars that are shaded at the very bottom of this table, and you highlighted yellow, orange, and blue, we see that our deficit does decrease, obviously, because some of these are improvements to our budget, and especially with the COLA of $15 million and recovering our unduplicated count. That certainly helped. But you'll see that it does not eliminate our COLA, because those resources are not sufficient to address the COLA in entirety. And in addition to that, the COLA is not sustained at that same level every year, meaning the increase at 3.84%, the bump up for the next year is only 1.28%. So what would be super helpful is that if we were able to achieve COLAs at a 3% or higher for the next few years, then that would, dramatically change the ongoing revenue that the district would realize. So bottom line there, our projected revised deficit reduction target in the third year has now, assuming all of these factors, decreased from 56 million to 33.5 million. And again, this is just a projection at this moment in time. It does not take into consideration any other changes in the budget or any other year-end adjustments that could possibly be made. And we have to wait and see actually what the governor's budget does provide for school districts. Next slide, please. So having said that, then we took that fiscal recovery plan with those items that were identified as the final recovery item, fiscal recovery items of 5.3 million. And that 5.3 million, as you recall, that comes from one of the previous slides, slide 7. So we applied that to our multi-year projection just to see what that would do to the fiscal, to our fiscal recovery plan and to our deficit. So as I shared earlier, we started with a deficit of 56 million at first interim and applied all those adjustments and reduced that deficit to 33, which is roughly middle of this table here. Within, it's in red, those numbers in red there. And now applying this fiscal recovery plan, assuming the board does take action to approve these of 5.37 million. So our new projected revised deficit then in that third year decreases from 33.5 million to 28.1. So yeah, it does have a positive impact, of course, but just to make the point that it is still not sufficient to resolve the deficit. And so that's why it was really important to make the point in that previous slide that, the reductions are very helpful, of course, but they're far away from yet resolving our deficit. So when we get to that third year as we move into budget development, and that's going to be happening in the next few months, and we're going to be sharing information with you, you will see the impact of not addressing the deficit at a bigger scale, because what happens is that our deficit continues to grow because our expenses do continue to grow. Unless we're able to achieve additional revenue, ongoing revenue to offset some of those increases, or we continue along a plan of finding other reductions to the unrestricted general fund or the expense side of the house. And so, yeah, and I'm trying to see if there was another point we needed to make here. So at second interim, we will be providing you with additional information, updated information, of course, on where our financial status is. And then again, we wanted to emphasize that since we did not open schools, what's missing from this slide are the updated savings from our operating costs. And I've been sharing some information on that, just kind of alerting you that don't be surprised to see that change in our ending fund balance, because we did not open schools as we were, projecting in January. And so the staff is currently in the process of reviewing the budget and making those adjustments. And we know we're going to have savings in lots of our utilities and our transportation area and some of our supplies. And so we'll have a better gauge for you of where those are landing by second interim. We do know that we're also opening up more learning hubs, and so there might be a little bit more of a usage in our utilities than we were originally projecting when we were looking at some savings in that category, but probably not that much. So more information to come again. But again, the emphasis here is that those savings are one-time in nature, because once we open schools, we're going to need to restore those budget amounts back to those levels that you typically spend utilities on, that we typically spend fuel on. So, so just some information on that. And the other point to make about our this is moving in a positive direction in terms of addressing or resolving a little bit of a deficit, is that it's not going to be sufficient enough to produce a balanced budget when we come around to presenting you with a new budget. Because please remember that when we present the new budget, we're going to be dropping off the current year 2021 and adding out a third year, which is 23-24. And so we'll have to again project out for expenses that are expected to increase due to the cost of doing business and step and column, and yet not be able to project any revenue increases unless, of course, we hear from the state differently. And so that's the part that we need to really clarify for our public, that it's not that we're trying to project or trying to present a picture that is very negative. It's just that that's the reality of having a structural deficit, that it does not allow you to produce a budget that is balanced. And so this is where we submit our budget to the County Office of Education. And if our budget is not balanced, then of course our budget, we go down that same path of our budget being rejected and ending up in the same situation. And I think this is a good point, maybe if we want to hear, Superintendent, from our SCOE fiscal advisors, just to kind of talk about that process and clarify that on our budget and the importance of balancing that to achieve, that solvency completely.
Sure thing. And I'll just ask Mr. Flores to keep that slide up still for our board and our community.
Yeah, so this is Nick Schweitzer from SCOE again. So this is similar to, as you know, what we discussed with the last item. Our obligation in providing oversight, fiscal oversight to all the districts in the county is to ensure that their budgets, their fiscal projections, their fiscal management, that they're operating in a prudent manner and ensuring that they're not at risk of insolvency. Certainly, this more active support that we're providing the district currently obligates us to continue to work with all of you to make sure that we're able to ultimately approve a budget that is fiscally balanced, that doesn't have a significant operating deficit, that we can be assured and you can be assured that the district is in a stable financial footing and can make investments in its programs. So as long as the district has a significant operating deficit, though, we're unable to do. We would be unable to do that because we would still see a budget that is places the district at risk of fiscal insolvency, and it's and we certainly have an obligation to support the district in avoiding that.
Thank you. And so the next steps are, the next slide, please. That we need to implement a fiscal recovery plan by July 1. Otherwise, we're going to continue down that path of eventually getting to the point of experiencing serious cash flow shortages, and that's when the trigger for an emergency state apportionment will be needed for the district. And so SCOE's fiscal responsibilities will continue until we resolve the structural deficit and we can get a budget that is finally approved. So the next steps are I will turn it back over to the superintendent and the board for discussion and approval of a fiscal recovery plan to implement July 1.
Thank you, Rose, and thank you for your hard work on that with all of our feedback. All right, with that, I'm going to go to public comment.
We have 15 live and 122 written comments on this item.
Okay, and the written comments were all sent to board members in our email, and so we'll go through the 15 live. Is it the will of the board to do 1 minute again, or yes? Okay, we're going to do 15 live comments at 1 minute since, and then we'll read the additional comments in our email.
The first public comment is from Catherine Bell.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Bell, and I am the IB Diploma Program Coordinator at Luther Burbank High School. It is perhaps easy to look at a line item on a budget spreadsheet and say to yourself, IB is expensive. What is lost in just looking at those numbers is the story of what impact IB has had on our students since the first IB Diploma candidates graduated in 2006. What is lost is how IB has helped students see themselves as scholars, has opened schools, doors for post-secondary opportunities, has helped them successfully navigate their way through their life after high school. So I'm here tonight to give you some numbers you may not have. In that first graduating class, there were 6 IB diploma candidates and 46 students who took exams. This year, there are 42 IB diploma candidates and 282 students taking exams. 54.8% of our seniors take at least one IB class. 34% of our seniors are taking IB history. 31% of our seniors are taking IB English. 37% of our seniors are taking IB math. We have always worked to create a program in which the demographics of our scholars mirrors that of the school. In IB theory of knowledge, 23%.
So what minute is that?
are English language learners. In our IB diploma class of 2021, 33% are African American and 36% are Latinx. So when I say our students and our scholars, I authentically mean
Thank
students.
you, Ms. Bell. The 1 minute is up. If you could please submit your full comment to the board via the link, we would be happy to read that. Thank you.
The next comment is from Cheryl Bowens.
I don't see Ms. Bowens on at the moment, Anne. Maybe we can move on to the next and then get Ms. Bowens back on.
Oh,
there she is. Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm trying to figure out how to unmute the video. I didn't see the icon. Well, hi, thank you for letting me speak. Yes, as I said, my name is Jared Bowens, and I'm the valedictorian for the class of 2020 from Luther Burbank, and I currently go to UC Berkeley. I was introduced to the international baccalaureate program when I transferred to Luther Burbank, when I came from a school that used the AP program. Both programs are designed to prepare the students for college level work, but as someone who has experience in both programs, I can honestly say that the IB curriculum is similar to the curriculum of my college classes. The essays are especially similar, and I'm grateful for the IB program because I felt prepared when I entered college. I didn't feel overwhelmed because I was used to the work given by the IB program. Ending the IB program takes away our advantage that helps us get into prestigious colleges and universities. It is already challenging to make it to elite schools as low-income students of color, since we lack the financial advantages and are forced to take biased exams such as the ACT and ACT. I have two sisters in the IB program, and I want them to have the same opportunities that I had so they can be successful as well and achieve their dreams without having to feel the limitations of coming from a low-income community. I would like to think that the board.
Thank you, Cheryl, for your comment. Please submit your whole comment in writing to the board.
Our next commenter is Daniel Darby.
Thank you, board. I just want to address some of the language I heard after this was first introduced at the last board meeting, whereby several board members wanted to take several of the programs, while they are excellent programs by every measure, you wanted to take them off the board of cuts. By doing that, you are putting all the other students in the district at a disadvantage. How dare you do that? You are having difficulty providing even the basic education for our students as shown by various test scores, and yet you want to protect the privileged students in that program. And every student that is in that program are privileged to be in that program. So until you're ready to offer those privileged programs to every student in this school district, please do not take those and set them aside for only the privileged students of this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Darby.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Victor Medina del Toro.
Sorry, I was just muted there.
That's okay.
So I will speak quickly here, but I want to point out that there's a bit of hypocrisy in talking about lowering the barriers to entry for many of these programs and then moving from cutting extra positions at other schools and taking away all exam funding across the district. I'm an alum of Luther Burbank High School. Because of the IB program, I have attended Haverford College, the University of Glasgow, the University of Aberdeen. I have managed to be successful because Burbank prepared me for that. And it's really upsetting to talk about these things because when we think about equity, it's easy to overlook that line right there was me working 2 jobs my senior year of high school so that I could help my family pay bills and not have to worry about the $700 in taking IB exams. That's what's on the table today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Valerie Hanley.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Valerie Hanley, and I'd like to talk to you today about New Technology High School. This is where I currently have my oldest of my 4 children is a sophomore. And New Tech is such a hidden gem within the district. It's an incredible program where the principal and teachers truly know every single one of the kids. I've been so impressed with the way they have responded to distance learning, particularly in this school year with our principal, Mrs. Martin, who has been a welcome change in leadership at the school. She's made a huge difference in fostering our community. One of the things I most appreciate about New Technology is their dedication to teaching the whole child. Grades are not based solely on academic knowledge, but on how the students collaborate with one another, how they communicate orally and in writing, and how they carry themselves and learn from their experiences. Through project-based learning, they get hands-on experience. They learn how to work together for a common goal. And these are skills that we absolutely need our children to learn. The CTE Pathways in Design and Computer Science prepare the kids for careers in these fields and allows them an amazing opportunity to earn college credits through their high school courses. For many, this is a push towards a college degree that they may not have imagined otherwise. We are a small school and we are looking to grow, and I believe that we will continue to do that under our new leadership. And we ask you not to cut funding to our school and give us a chance to continue to grow and thrive.
Thank you, Ms. Hanley.
Our next comment is from Tim Hebert.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. We claim to be all about equity, but are we? Is this so-called recovery plan going to make Sac City more equitable? I say so-called because we have enjoyed a period of indisputable and increasing prosperity. $93 million are in our reserve. However, the board seems overly concerned that we're in the grip of a, quote, structural deficit. A structural deficit, folks, is when you have set up rules about what money you can and can't count, so that it appears that you have a deficit. For example, President Trump structurally won the 2020 presidential election. See how structural works? Some will tell you that we can't count this money because it is one-time money, but we get a lot of one-time money every year. We should spend it on services to kids. If we ever didn't get it, we could spend some of that $93 million reserve. If the reserve dried up, we could make necessary painful cuts, but this recovery plan gets it backward. It would make painful cuts now, so we won't have to spend the one-time money or the reserve. That's wrong, and it's inequitable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herbert.
Next public comment is from Sid Johori.
Good evening. One of the many issues that continues to be brought up in the district's fiscal recovery plan is the district's reduced enrollment. And this year's stark decline is just a continuation of what we've seen as an ongoing trend. As we take this time to engage in tough, overdue conversations, we need to ask ourselves the really difficult question: why don't families want to be in our schools? It's important to note that while the district's enrollment as a whole continues to decline, that's not the case for all of our schools, and some have seen significant increases. What can we learn from those examples? As plans continue to be made to turn together, I would ask that the planners and powers that be reach higher. If we were returning from a natural disaster, an earthquake, for example, we would not be looking to rebuild dilapidated structures. We would be trying to repair what we could, tear down what was broken beyond repair, and learn from the infrastructure left standing to construct better, safer communities. We would be rethinking how the original plan of our cities was made, and whether those roadmaps reflected current needs or that they needed to be updated. And hopefully with the right leadership, we'd be reimagining what's possible, because every disaster comes with an opportunity for transformation. And moving forward with the openings, let's not just plan to return together, but return together stronger as a district that families want to send their children to.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jaggery.
Our next speaker is Cassandra Paz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening. I'm a part of the Luther Burbank High School alumni class of 2012. I'm a first generation college graduate from UC Davis and was raised in a low income family by a single Latinx mother in the 95822 zip code. I was saddened to hear that the school board members are even considering cutting funding to pay for IB exam fees that will ultimately affect the survival of the IB program at Burbank. My 8th grade teacher once told me that I had potential and I needed to be a part of the IB program, and said it was my way out. I wouldn't be where I am today without the IB program because it made me a competitive candidate to pursue my dreams of secondary education. Burbank has the only honors program in the district in which Latinx students are not underrepresented. I urge you all to remove the cuts proposed to the IB and AP exam fees, as it would eliminate the much needed support for students who share a similar story to mine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jim Peterson.
Good evening. My name is Jim Peterson, and I'm the proud principal of Luther Burbank High School. Tonight, you've heard from IB coordinator Catherine Bell and others about the data reflecting the success of our students over these last 2 decades. You'll see that no other school in our district has an honors program that serves anywhere near the number of Black, Brown, Southeast Asian, and lower income students that we do. Nor does any honors program in the region come close to having the proportionate number of African American Latinx students. Cutting our site's IB testing funds will mean the end of the IB program at Luther Burbank High School. What better way to celebrate Black History Month than by voting down this structurally racist proposal that is being put before you this evening? I urge you to use your power to make a difference in the lives of thousands of young scholars of color in South Sacramento area who will continue to attend this program over the course of the decades to come. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Kara Sinhorst.
Hi, Kara, you're muted. Oh, I think.
Okay, good. Good evening. Cutting IB exam fees would kill Luther Burbank's IB program. The program serves students who are 97% Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and 87% socioeconomically disadvantaged. As you heard, our honors program is the only one in the city in which Black and Latinx students are represented at the same or higher levels as the larger high school. We registered more than 280 students for exams this year, and students who get IB credits at the CSU have higher retention rates and can save as much as $8,000 on their college costs. Cutting the exam fees would also create a disincentive for Kit Carson's poorer students to continue in the program, leading to a program that only serves the Kit students whose families are wealthy enough to afford the exams on their own. I hope I speak for all Kit Carson parents when I say that I think diversity is a strength, and I don't want my students to have opportunities at the expense of others. Please protect the students at Burbank and Kit Carson by taking the cuts to IB and AP exam fees off the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sinhorst.
Our next speaker is Rich Vasquez.
Hello. I wanted to talk about the elementary sports that you have on the decks or whatever. I know you mentioned that it's not recommended, and I'll just tell you my experience. These kids need sports. The program came after my kids left Tahoe Elementary, and it devastated me. I went back the next year, and I was still on campus because it was so important to me, and it was cool, and it was fun, and I could tell like people on campus were looking at me crazy. Why are you still here? Staff is looking at why you keep coming back, because that's how important school sports is. My kids had none. Again, no sports, no music, no arts. Okay, we get into Sutter, and then what? You think my kids can compete? My kids are not known anywhere to all these kids that got privilege and got to be in sports. Even when I get to high school, I had to suck it up and go volunteer at the bingo hall to pay $2,000 so I could get my kid into a league so she could compete and have some confidence in being in sports in the high school level. Also, even at Hiram Johnson, we're over there. If you don't have these sports going through these, we're not competitive. Hiram Johnson is not competitive at certain sports, especially the female sports. So again, you're not building no confidence, and we're never going to be competitive because they're not growing in, they're not learning anything. Again, don't lose this elementary sports. That two administrators could cover that cost. Another person, one person's salary could cover that cost. So again, that's just disgusting to see that type of stuff. And you need to attract males. How you attracting males? I've been volunteering 1,000 hours. You don't got no males on your campus. Quit pushing them away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez.
Our next speaker is Kimberly Wimberly.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Wimberly, and I support the continuance of the IB program. I am the parent of two students, a son and a daughter, who attend Luther Burbank High School. My son, a junior, is taking international baccalaureate courses and maintains a 3.8 GPA, solidifying his position as an IB certificate candidate. My daughter is a senior and in the Global Studies Learning Community, the only learning community at Luther Burbank High School that offers the full IB diploma program. With the unwavering support of her father and I and the collective effort of the Luther Burbank staff, her membership in Luther Burbank's IB diploma program has catapulted her motivation to reach higher and move further, evident in maintaining her 4.6 grade point average. The IB program at Luther Burbank is an effective and proven program that publicly affirms the greatness that exists in the minds of our students. In closing, while it is true that the state of California faces devastation resulting from a global pandemic, a fiscal crisis, wildfires that demolished structures, homes, and even took lives, as well as the continued prolific horror substantiating the existence of systemic and structural racism, the elimination of Luther Burbank's IB program will once again expose the infallible truth that structural and systemic racism is alive and well in our state's education system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wimberly.
That was our final public comment.
Okay, and that was 15, correct, Anne?
There were two that are not in the list.
Okay, then we have 2 additional minutes. Can you read 2 additional comments?
Yes. The first is from Nikki Milevsky of Sacramento City Teachers Association, and it says, "Good evening, members of the board. In the spring of 2018-19, the district made massive cuts to the child development, preschool, and infant toddler programs, which meant cutting services for our most needy students. This resulted in 544 of our preschool slots being given to a neighboring district, which means they are no longer available for our students here in Sac City. You also laid off over 50 teachers and classified staff, many who are still laid off today. The board was told that you had to make these massive, painful cuts to child development services because of the false assumption that the Child Development Fund encroaches $2.3 million to the general fund. The district apparently did not want to prioritize resources to support preschool for our community's most impoverished children. The problem is that you were told what your staff had projected child development would encroach that year, and you didn't ask any questions. That projected amount was not even in the ballpark of what the actual expenditures ended up being that year. The district's Escape Business System June reports shows what really takes place." And the next comment is from Isabella Sandoval and says, "We live in a low-income area, so as a student taking these very difficult IB courses, aiming for the diploma, it is very unfair to try and make students pay for the exams when we can barely afford it." And that's 2 written public comments.
Perfect. And then, Anne, my understanding is that you have them separated by topic. So those are out of the general comments. And then you have additional ones in different agenda topics, which will give 15 minutes per agenda topic.
Okay.
So you have 35, correct?
I have, there were 60 in general, 5 for George Washington Carver, 35 for Luther Burbank, 4 for VEPA, 6 for New Tech, 10 for IB programs in general, 1 for Martin Luther King, and 1 for mental health.
Okay, perfect.
So these are 1 minute each?
For the ones that are under, that we have only a few for, I believe you can use the 2 minutes because it would be 15 minutes per agenda topic.
Okay. And
per category, sorry, not agenda topic. Per
yeah,
category.
Okay. The first is from Lynette Weaver and says, my name is Lynette Weaver and my triplets graduated from George Washington Carver School of Arts and Science in June of 2020. I am writing to urge you not to cut programs at Carver, but rather to use your resources to highlight Carver and attract more families to this outstanding high school. SUSD is the only district in the nation to have K-12 public Waldorf schools. Let me repeat that. The only district in the nation to have K-12 public Waldorf schools. Families travel from outside district boundaries to attend these schools. Over 30% of Carver students come from other districts, bringing their $88 with them. This is worthy of preserving and promoting. Despite our 36-mile round-trip commute from Rio Linda, my sons attended George Washington Carver because it was important to me that my family attend a Waldorf school from kindergarten through 12th grade. Families like mine are incredibly lucky to have George Washington Carver, a public Waldorf high school, to attend. In addition to the Waldorf curriculum so skillfully delivered by the faculty, I was equally attracted to Carver because of the social and emotional justice instruction that is woven into the fabric of the academic program. Through their social justice curriculum, my boys learned about redlining here in Sacramento and taught us about these racist policies and practices. While receiving this incredible high school education, my three sons earned 12 to 24 units of college credit each. Imagine the money my family will save on college tuition as a result of them having earned these credits while at Carver. SUSD needs to support Carver as well as all the innovative specialty programs in the district by finding ways to highlight and promote them and make it easy for students to enroll in these unique and high quality schools. The next comment is from Sarah Demereau and says, it was my plan for over 8 years that my daughter attend George Washington Carver, the only public Waldorf high school in California. My daughter attended a private Waldorf kindergarten in Auburn. I was living a champagne lifestyle on a beer budget. So we moved to the San Juan School District and got into the lottery to attend Golden Valley Charter. I hoped we would not need a lottery to get into Carver, and we did not. Carver draws families from out of the district because there are 7 Waldorf feeder schools, private, public, and charter, from Davis to El Dorado Hills. This is the only free Waldorf high school. Thank you for listening and keep up the good work. On the next comment is from S. Wright and says, on Sunday, December 19, 2018 at 12:30 a.m., my husband and I were woken up by the police at our front door. Our 13-year-old daughter was texting a suicide prevention hotline. She had made the decision to take her life. Thank God her attempt failed. Our daughter has learning disabilities that the mainstream schools she attended in another district were not able to adequately address, leaving her ashamed, embarrassed, and with failing grades. To make matters worse, she was bullied at school. Her self-esteem was crushed and her emotional health was dangerously fragile. That night in December, she nearly became another statistic, a student who sees no way out of a cycle of desperately needing but not receiving academic and social supports promised by schools that failed to deliver. It became clear that mainstream school was no longer an option for her. Unfortunately, I was completely unaware of what else was available. We knew we could not afford private schools and homeschooling was not an option as I worked full-time. Finally, after reaching out on social media, I learned about a Waldorf option. My daughter was accepted at Golden Valley, a public charter Waldorf school in the San Juan Unified School District, for her 8th grade year. She immediately began to flourish academically and socially and to build back confidence in herself and trust in her school's ability to keep her safe and meet her needs. During her year at Golden Valley Waldorf School, we were able to wean her off antidepressant and anti-anxiety medications. Our daughter now attends George Washington Carver School of Arts and Science, Carver High School, the public Waldorf high school in the Sacramento City Unified School District. She is in her freshman year. Although she is challenged by the distance learning platform and her own learning disabilities, with the help of her teachers, she is successfully learning strategies to navigate both. Her teachers are supportive, available, interested, and engaged. Most importantly, she does not feel vulnerable anymore. The next comment is from Laura Powell and says, my son is a 10th grader at George Washington Carver High School. He attended Albert Einstein Middle School, and we chose Carver because he felt he would be, quote, lost in a crowd, unquote, at Rosemont High School. I also liked that Carver has a diversity and inclusion focus. One of my coworkers, who is a recent Catholic high school grad, said her class was forced to read Huckleberry Finn out loud, and it created a lot of pain for Black students to hear and say the N-word. I learned about Carver by driving by it when my children had swimming lessons at the park across the street. I was surprised that we had a choice like Carver in our neighborhood. It's like a private high school without the tuition. Most people I speak with haven't heard of Carver. Why is that? It seems like SUSD would do everything in its power to increase enrollment in this small college prep program and draw families from out of district. It is in SUSD's best interest to actively publicize Carver and other specialty programs to increase enrollment and support growth of the unique programs that are attractive to and needed by so many students throughout the country looking for an alternative and seeking education that will meet each individual's needs. And the next comment is from Ireland Williams and says, Dear Board President Pritchett, Superintendent Aguilar, and esteemed board members, my name is Ireland Williams, and I am a sophomore at George Washington Carver School of Arts and Science. I believe the fiscal recovery plan is a misguided plan to balance a budget, a critical endeavor. However, by supporting the growth of Carver High School, you will increase enrollment and increase revenue for the school and for the district. My friends at Carver and I attend the school because it is a unique and special high school in the area. I have been homeschooled for 5 years and chose Carver to complete my high school education. I chose Carver because it is different, small, creative, academically rigorous, and a place where I can be myself and flourish. There are students like me that haven't heard of Carver or the other small schools. We need to hear about these options, help grow the school, and help our education thrive by publicizing these programs widely. There are kids out there who desperately need these small schools. And that is the group for George Washington Carver. The next group is for Luther Burbank. And so I'll change the time to 1 minute.
Thank you.
Bear with me a second. There. Okay, and the first comment is from Karina Aguilera. And it says, I would strongly urge you to reconsider the budget reduction item, which would eliminate paying for students' IB and AP exams included in the proposed fiscal recovery plan. As a former student who had the privilege of participating in the IB program at Luther Burbank High School, I can undoubtedly attest that eliminating this funding would be a great disservice and obstacle imposed on students' ability to participate in these programs. Currently, the fee for one IB exam is slightly above $100, and AP exams are slightly below $100. Regardless, the cost for a full diploma IB candidate would be well over $600, which is large cost and burden to foist onto a vast majority of socioeconomically disadvantaged students who partake in these programs. I want to speak from my experience as a first-generation low-income high school student. The burden of a $600 price tag from a program would greatly disincentivize my parents from allowing me to partake. And the next comment is from Lana Harris and says, how do you intend to support Luther Burbank's student population if you remove the IB exam fees? Approximately half of the school's student body currently takes part in the IB program, and with about 88% of the student body at a socioeconomic disadvantaged. They will not be able to partake if the exam fees are no longer paid. Taking and passing an IB exam will afford these students college credits, giving them the leg up they so desperately need to higher education. Please reconsider your stance on removing paid IB exams for Luther Burbank. This amazing program would crumble without it, and we cannot afford for our school district to abandon these underserved and underprivileged children. Thank you. And the next comment is from Antonia Pagahi and says, I am a longtime faculty member at CSU, Sacramento, an institution which draws many of its first-year students from Luther Burbank High School. I am distressed to hear that the board is considering cutting IB exam fees in order to save IB programs at Kit Carson and Caleb Greenwood. Disclosure, I have children at both Kit and Caleb. Luther Burbank students are one of the local populations that CSU Sacramento serves. Many Burbank students enter CSUS with IB units. These units enable students to expedite their time to degree at CSUS and concomitantly lower the cost of their public education experience. Further, students who have engaged with a rigorous educational program such as IB, which almost half of all Burbank seniors engage with, are often better prepared for challenges they face at the university. The IB exams cost less than $80,000 at Luther Burbank and provide Burbank students a number of educational advantages. And the next comment is from Elizabeth Campbell and says, I have written to the board in the past regarding cuts to IB schools that would effectively eliminate those programs. I was alarmed to see that while the board seems largely in agreement that cuts to staff at IB schools should be avoided, one board member has suggested that instead the funding for IB exams should be cut. This is a shockingly inequitable proposal. My understanding is that this action would hit students in Luther Burbank's IB program the hardest. This would be terrible. Burbank's IB program is the oldest, largest, and most successful in the district and serves the most marginalized students. It is a vital program that serves a population of students that are often dismissed, forgotten, and underserved by our community. As a parent at another IB school and a friend of a teacher at Luther Burbank, I had the extreme privilege of accompanying a group of Luther Burbank students on a field trip 2 years ago. And the next comment is from Sierra Northcutt and says, this would be unfair for students attending a Title I school to pay for these expensive tests, considering the fact that a lot of them can't afford them. And the next comment is from Mercedes Torres and says, please do not cut funding for the IB program at Luther Burbank. As a recent graduate, that program basically ensured my acceptance to a really good university. Without that program, I would not have been challenged. And what is learning without being challenged academically? And the next comment is from Samantha Hart and says, please do not make budget cuts to the IB program and make the students pay for their IB exams. This is already an underfunded school attended by kids from financially underprivileged families, and those kids work so hard in those classes to create the opportunity for a better education in college. They deserve to be able to take the tests free of charge, especially since during their senior year, they already have other costs associated with graduating. This would be a hard blow to them, but also to the school. The IB program is a benefit to the school, and kids who might have considered going to LBHS specifically for the IB program may decide to go elsewhere if they have to pay for their exams. There is no point in taking all those classes and working so hard if they can't even afford the exams at the end. And the next comment is from Christian Londa and says, on behalf of Improve Your Tomorrow, IYT, I, Christian Londa, the current program director at Luther Burbank High School, am asking you to retain funding for the IB program at Luther Burbank High School. By not covering the exam fees for IB, you will be effectively ending the program. Now is not the time to remove an IB program that has positively shaped the outcomes of students of color in the South Sacramento area. Over the last 4 years, IYT at Luther Burbank High School has had at least a dozen students from each cohort eligible and/or enrolled in at least one IB class, as well as IB diploma candidates. These same students typically enroll into a CSU or UC with college credits that inevitably help in obtaining their graduation status sooner than most students. I have witnessed many students in general and IYT students in particular enter into college with the preparedness and skills needed to succeed because of the IB program. The next comment is from Katie Glover and says, please do not cut the funding for the IB exams for Burbank students and their families. I graduated from Burbank in 2009 and entered Sac State with college credit under my belt thanks to the IB program and those exams. I only took one exam, but I had so many friends who were in the full program. That would have been a lot of money for those exams. I have gone on to graduate college and now work for the state. My friends who went through the full program have done amazing things. One is an optometrist, one is in medical school, one is a teacher. What I'm trying to convey is these Burbank kids have great potential. Please do not put another barrier in their way. Cover the costs of these exams. And the next comment is from Claudia Aguilar and says, oh, I'm sorry, this one is in Spanish. So we will have that one on the website.
And can you ask for it to be translated when it's sent out to board members?
Yes. The next comment is from Ann Bradley and says, I strongly encourage the board to continue to pay IB exam fees for Burbank IB students. As community members who has worked as an academic counselor at a local college, I have seen firsthand the benefits students who participated in IB programs have achieved in terms of academic preparation, critical thinking skills, etc. However, to gain a key benefit, college credit from the IB program, students must take and pass the IB exams. A few things to keep in mind about Burbank. About 97% of Burbank students are Black, Indigenous, or people of color. About 88% of Burbank students are socioeconomically disadvantaged. Burbank is the only honors program in the district in which Latinx students are not underrepresented compared to the larger school population. Burbank's African American students are slightly overrepresented in the IB program. The IB program has grown exponentially over the last 16 years, and it now serves almost half of all Burbank seniors to some degree. And the next comment is from Kate Lennox and says the district needs to spend some of its reserve money instead of cutting spending for special programs in the arts. Doesn't the reserve exist for situations like we find ourselves in now? Why is it cutting funding to the IB program at Luther Burbank and to music programs? The district will be receiving an influx of cash from state and federal sources. It is sending a positive budget to the county. Stop hoarding cash and slashing services. Support our students. And the next public comment is from Lang Tao and says, I wanted to express my concerns as an alumni of Luther Burbank High School, class of 2013, who took part in the IB program. The board members discussed not wanting to make program cuts to IB, which was their reason for, quote, saving the IB programs at Kit Carson and Caleb Greenwood. They appear not to realize that cutting IB exam fees would cut Burbank's IB program. Cutting IB and AP exam fees would mean Burbank students could no longer participate in IB, effectively ending the program. Burbank's IB exams cost less than $80,000 and 228 students were served last year. Burbank has no fundraising arm or ability to cover the costs of tests for students. The program has grown exponentially over the last 16 years, and it now serves almost half of all Burbank seniors to some degree. About 88% of Burbank students are socioeconomically disadvantaged. About 90% of Burbank students are Black, Indigenous, or people of color. And the next comment is from Julie Castro Feliciano and says, I have 2 students currently enrolled at Luther Burbank High School. Both students are in the IB program. Cutting the fees to cover the exam would be a huge blow to the IB program and to the school. Burbank is already a high school in an area not considered desirable, and most of the students attending the school are low income. The IB program attracts students to attend the school that may have looked elsewhere. It gives kids an opportunity to take advanced classes that can not only add weight to their grade to give them a higher GPA to look more desirable when applying for scholarships and or to colleges, but it affords them the opportunity to take these exams to earn the college credits. If these kids that already may not have the financial or family resources to pay for the exams have to pay out of pocket, then what would the point of them signing up for the program be? Once they see that they have to pay for these exams and know they can't afford it, they would either not register for IB or attend another high school. And the next comment is from Jules Vang and says, it is important that the IB exam fees are not cut at Luther Burbank. Luther Burbank is located in a lower class neighborhood, and the majority of students attending don't have the money to pay out of pocket for IB exams. To make matters worse, families are going through detrimental financial situations right now, and to hear that there is going to be a cut for the IB exam fees is very disappointing to hear. It is even more disappointing to know that the fees being cut at a lower income school was an option that the school board thought upon. Students that go to Burbank rely heavily on the IB exam fees being paid because we already can't pay out of pocket, and to be the class of 2021, hearing this announcement last minute probably wouldn't even give us time to come up with or work for the money in time. It's upsetting to know that this means that a good majority of us will not be able to take the IB exams, and their hard work over our high school years will be in vain. Also, for the classes after 2021 at Burbank, it takes away their option of wanting to be in the IB program if the cuts go into place and the IB classes being our way of taking it advanced and higher level classes. And the last comment for this section is from Go Vang and says, hello, I am a junior student at Luther Burbank High School who is also taking IB courses. As you may know, Luther Burbank is located in the low income part of Sacramento and has students who are also in the IB program and are mainly from low income families. Cutting the funds for the IB program and having students pay for each course they take does not seem fair at all. Students from low income families cannot afford to pay every $120 for every IB class they want to take. Eventually, no one will be able to afford it nor register to keep the program alive. The program may end up withdrawing from the school. I am taking my first year as an IB candidate, which means I have 1 more year to go. The IB courses do not only give me college credits, but also help me as a creative learner. If I have to pay for my classes next year, it practically means that this year was not worth anything at all. I suggest you reconsider your thoughts. And the next section we have is for VEPA. And the first public comment is from Vanna Turner and says, as a retired English and VEPA teacher, Einstein Middle School and Rosemont High School, I'm urging you to reject the superintendent's proposed budget cuts that unnecessarily harm both your students and teachers. The students don't deserve to have VEPA or any other important programs cut from the curriculum, nor do the teachers deserve to have drastic cuts made to their health insurance. My own children both grew up in SUSD schools and benefited immensely from the VAPAC program at Sac High in the 80s and 90s, as did my own students in the very successful VEPA program at Rosemont in 2004 to 09. It was the VEPA classes that kept many of them engaged in school and helped them to excel in their other classes. With everything else that else we have been through this year, it would be unconscionable to make any cuts in the budget that hurt your students or teachers. Please don't even consider cutting important student programs or shifting more costs to teachers for their health insurance. And the next comment is from, let me see, whatever the name is, Hiram Jackson, and says, cutting the VAPA program is a mistake. For years, the state and federal governments have mandated that public education prioritize raising standardized test scores to acceptable thresholds at the expense of access to the broader curricula that earlier generations enjoyed. This has harmed students from lower income and working class families, a sizable percentage of whom are children of color. No Child Left Behind massively failed to meet its objectives, and yet professional class administrative staff, many of whom have little long-term investment in Sacramento, follow a prescribed template of narrowing the curricula for short-term gain, but guaranteeing the long-term degradation of the Sacramento community. Already, Sacramento Unified lacks the robust VAPA programming that it had in prior decades. As a parent of 2 adopted children who came to this country not speaking a word of English, I faced pressure from professional teaching and administrative staff to have them participate in various intervention programs with the aim of raising their standardized test scores in ELA and math to make the schools look good. I learned to say no thank you in spite of passive-aggressive comments suggesting that I might be limiting my children by not following their prescription. Instead, we encouraged them to participate in VAPA programs that gave them a level playing field for socializing with their peers and developing collaborative and creative work skills. They often scored at the state-defined below proficient level in ELA. They graduated from high school, completed college, and are gainfully employed in professional careers even during the pandemic. Both are bilingual with professional level fluency in both languages. When you design and pass this budget, ask yourselves, would I enroll my own kids or grandkids in any neighborhood school in this district, or would I honestly look for options elsewhere? The next comment is from Jennifer Pearl and says, I'm a 2nd grade teacher with SUSD. I came to this school district because I believe all Sacramento public school students deserve access to a quality education that includes art, music, and social emotional learning. Please do not cut student services. Our students and their families need more support now more than ever. Cutting programs and changing placements for the worst will just add to our families' collective trauma. My students' distance learning attendance is best when we are learning through the arts and sharing our learning related to our emotional well-being and identity, SEL assignments. VAPA programs, dual immersion programs, smaller, more intimate high school programs, the Waldorf programs are all programs that meet what our students need now more than ever before. This is our opportunity to set aside outdated mandates that prioritize some subjects over the other, that prioritize this industrial model of one size fits most efficiency over personalized learning. We teachers are told universal design for learning is the future. Well, here we are. We can no longer design for the middle or for, quote, the average, unquote. These specialty programs give our families a choice within our public school offerings. We will lose students to private schools and out-of-district charter schools if we continue to prioritize numbers over needs. We know developing minds need to feel safe in order to learn. Joy and creativity help us teachers do that. Smaller, inclusive classes help us do that. I cannot make children feel safe and welcome in 2nd grade without art and music, without tapping into our students' world languages, without social emotional lessons. Please do not cut student services during this time. Thank you for listening to my plea. And the next comment is from Taylin Wong and says, before I got my current job as the music teacher at California Middle School, I was subbing in the music class at Ethel Phillips Elementary School. I was told the music teacher left in a hurry because they had found a full-time job somewhere else. Who can blame them? So I was subbing with no sub plans. A second grade class full of native Spanish speakers came into the room, so I decided to start by teaching the Spanish folk song De Colores. I started by singing it to them. As I finished the second verse, I looked up and noticed that some of the children had tears streaming down their faces. I asked them what was wrong. One wiped his tears and with a beautiful grin on his face said, quote, "It was just so beautiful," unquote. Of course, this event had nothing to do with me or my singing voice. It had to do with the power of music education to support social emotional learning, English language learners, and cultural empowerment. What was beautiful wasn't my voice, but a room in which a white woman from Minnesota sings the anthem of the United Farm Workers in Spanish with a classroom full of Hispanic children. Music is uniquely powerful in addressing many of our students, our communities, and our world's most pressing problems. That is why it is so dismaying to me that music education is repeatedly on the list of cuts. The SUSD administration purports to value safe, emotionally healthy, and engaged students. They claim to seek family and community empowerment. They say they're fighting for equity. The list of possible cuts seems to me to show that none of that is true. If it were true, then why are the programs on the forefront of meeting those goals the ones on the chopping block? It does not make sense for an organization that values equity and engaged students to threaten inclusive special education or small high schools. It does not make sense for an organization that values family and community empowerment to cut dual immersion or Waldorf programs. And that was all of VEPA. And the next group is for New Tech, and there are 6 comments. And the first one is from Tracy Adams and says, I am writing this letter to make you aware of the benefits of small high school options our district offers. We drive from out of district because this is the only district that offers amazing things like smaller enrollment and the technology piece that New Tech does. By keeping these options, you will continue to bring in outside students and increase enrollment into our district. No other district around has this small high school option. Now, on a personal note, new technology has changed my daughter's life. Before high school, she was not appreciated by her peers and often not allowed to reach her potential in a classroom that works in a traditional method. After attending New Tech and participating in project-based learning, she not only learned content and her GPA is above 3.5, she has learned group skills, leadership, and technology that is beyond my understanding. She will even be attending a college class next year, but with the support of her high school teachers, these benefits are not true for many other schools. Most importantly, then, her academic progress to us is her growth in personal relationships and friendships. Because of the size of these high schools, she has been able to form very close relationships with staff and students. She has been able to have similar interests and a schedule where many students see each other 3 or 4 times a day. We knew we had made the right choice in schools when in her freshman year, she got invited to 3 birthday parties and actually had people respond yes to her own party. That was the first time since kindergarten my child got invited to a birthday party from classmates. I literally cried. It is this kind of school environment we should be fostering and encouraging. We are a family. I wanted to make you all aware of how amazing New Tech and the other small schools are for our students and the benefits to our district. The next comment is from Patricia Gollin and says, SUSD Board, I have a son, class of 2017, SNTHS, and my daughter is a junior at New Tech. I have commuted from Elk Grove for 7 years for my kids to attend the unique small school project-based learning environment at New Tech. The small school environment has been an opportunity for my children to thrive educationally and socially. Learning to work as a team, to complete projects, and learning to feel comfortable giving presentations are 2 areas in which New Tech excels because of the unique small community environment. The new leadership and teachers at New Tech have done a fantastic job with distance learning. Our students were comfortable with using technology as part of everyday learning, so when the need to learn remotely arose, our students transitioned rather smoothly to distance learning. Our administrator and teachers develop an understanding of each student's learning strengths and encourage emotional development demonstrated by our unique grading model. My New Tech graduate is finishing second year of college, and I attribute much of his success to the skills he learned at New Tech beyond A through G prep, such as his comfort using technology and his ability to advocate for himself. New Tech provides A through G coursework, but more than that, they provide skills that change students' lives. And I ask you to take a deeper look at the school and not just the numbers. The Sacramento area needs graduates from schools like New Tech, so I encourage the SUSD to help grow enrollment and help New Tech to succeed. And the next comment is from H. Miller. And it says, Sacramento New Technology High School is magical. Our son attended a small public Montessori elementary and middle school. We knew we needed to find a small high school where our son would feel safe and flourish, as he would have been lost in his large neighborhood school of over 2,000. During our tour at New Technology, the students all smiled, waved, or said hello. The community feeling was very apparent. We toured several other smaller charters in the district, but fell in love with New Tech and knew this wonderful school was the place for our son. The teachers and staff are phenomenal, dedicated, and go above and beyond to help the students not only learn but succeed. The unique project-based learning is part of the magic of this school. Collaboration and communication are at the root of this approach. The plethora of technology in every classroom is astounding. There are many wonderful after-school programs available, including the Toyota Mirai Hydrogen Fuel Cell Club and competition. Our son began his freshman year with a great deal of anxiety, and the staff and teachers worked closely with him using compassion and awareness to help him learn coping mechanisms to overcome a lot of that anxiety. He is a senior this year, and thanks to the dedication of teachers and staff, he is a proud, well-spoken, confident young man. There are many amazing classes offered at New Tech, and as part of his robust education, he will complete the computer science CTE pathway upon graduation. When COVID hit, so many schools struggled with distance learning, but not New Tech. They flourished. As the school is so technologically advanced, the transition to distance learning was a smooth one. Students were accustomed to accessing homework online and utilizing online resources. And the next comment is from Lisa Giordano. And my son has attended New Tech for 3 years where he is thriving. We knew he would not be successful in a large high school, and the teachers and staff have gone above and beyond on many occasions to help keep our son on track. He was struggling academically during a time when there was an interim principal, and even she knew who our son was and immediately rallied to help him, thus proving to us how important many SUSD employees know smaller high schools are. New Tech has been amazing during this time of distance learning with communication, follow through, and encouragement. New Tech teachers get to know the students and they really care, which has made all the difference for our son. We have had 3 sons before him attend 2 of our local large high schools, so we have a point of reference. Our son at New Tech would have fallen through the cracks at a large high school, and it's disheartening to think of all the opportunities lost for other kids in the district if small high schools are shut down. Come on, SUSD, we have a large district that should be an example for offering a variety of excellence, not always threatening to cut off small schools where the kids are thriving. And the next comment is from Joe Ramos and says, in point of view of a parent, closing down Sacramento New Technology High School would create a hole in this community and city and gravely affect the students and current staff. This school is more than just another charter school. It is a school that provides our children with higher than average education and skills needed for their future endeavors. This school prepares them for college and for their careers. Their innovative ways of teaching has been very effective since the day this school opened. I strongly urge the school district to reconsider closing down Sacramento New Technology High School. And the next comment is from Hawkins, and says, New Tech School is a gem of a school in your district that you need to protect. Many students come from outside the district because of the small school experience that New Tech offers. As you know, a student that comes from outside of the district contributes to the bottom line. New Tech High School is going in such an upbeat, positive direction with the new leadership of Principal Martin, who is working tirelessly to make sure that, quote, no student falls through the cracks, unquote. The support from the teachers and staff is what I cherish the most. I was so impressed as a parent of a sophomore how many New Tech seniors have been selected to attend outstanding colleges. And that was the last comment for New Tech. And so we have programs in general. There are 10 comments for programs in general. And the first is from Valdivia Castillas and says, please don't cut funding to IB and AP. I'm a former student, and because of those classes, I got into higher education, now being a successful accountant and no longer in the poverty zone. And the next is from Ali Rayan Harcha and says, please don't make us pay for IB exams. I can't afford it, and neither can my classmates. And the next is from Nikki Garcia and says, please don't cut the IB exam fees. The reason for this is because of the students attending the school district, including me, cannot afford to pay for the tests themselves, especially their parents. I'm 17, going to be graduating this year, and I do not have a job yet. My grandfather works as a trucker to help pay for the bills and put food on the table for me and my family. He's old, has back pain, and still works. My stepmother is physically disabled and unable to work, and my father takes whatever job he can fixing cars. Despite our financial situation, cutting off the payment for the IB exams will hinder my ability to enter a college or university. Not only me, the rest of the student body, and my younger siblings who are not yet in high school. This will affect our futures. And the next comment is from Jay Romo and says, please do not cut the funding to the International Baccalaureate Honors Program and its exam fees. The IB program was, quote, founded to give all students the opportunity to receive an education fit for a globalizing world and is intended to develop students' intellectual, emotional, personal, and social skills, unquote. By cutting the funding, you are only providing that you do not have the best interest of our children, our future in mind. This program provides an opportunity for individuals to reach their goals that are literally not within reach without this program. It is a shame that defunding this program is even on the table and will only prove that the people in charge of, quote, leading, unquote, do not have their priorities in order. And the next quote is from Mary Zhang and says, please do not cut funding for the IB and AP exam fees. This would be detrimental to students, especially students from low-income families, by limiting the resources necessary to improve their chances at receiving college credits and help in college admissions. And the next comment is from Lori Merritt and says, last week I submitted a comment in support of Kit Carson's IB program. I appreciate the board's support, but want to challenge you to embrace equity. How can the board be willing to continue to support programs like Kit Carson and Caleb Greenwood and still consider decimating the program at Luther Burbank? By cutting funding for IB exams for these hardworking, high-achieving students, you'll be adding undue burden to students who deserve the same considerations as students in East Sac. This is an issue of equity. This is an issue of social justice. As a new board, you are setting your tone. What will it be? Equity for all of Sac City's IB students? I hope you will do the right thing and make choices that put students first. And this one does not have a name, but just says don't cut the IB and AP exam fees. And this one also does not, looks like it's the last name of Campbell, and says, I have a younger nephew who looks up to me and who I take care of when his parents are at work. So this will be a huge impact on my house because it took a lot of hard work to get where I am now, and will also be horrible to just let it all go to waste. This IB program is helping me with a lot of my goals, and I recently got accepted into 2 universities already, and already having to apply for scholarships, grants, and financial aid. I do believe that it is unfair that a smaller, richer, and wider school got saved from being cut while less fortunate schools are in danger of it. Think about the community for real. And this one is from Vincent Tao and says the IB program is used to further advance students' education to better their future, and a cost fee should not be the consequence of hard work being wasted, as many students cannot afford to pay the fees due to household incomes. And the final comment on this subset is Hunter Mua, and says, I would like the school board to not cut the IB exam fees because it is not fair to the students who want an opportunity to take the IB exam. And the last 2 comments, this one is on Martin Luther King, and it's from Junior Goris, and says, thank you for the opportunity to have some input on the fiscal recovery plan. As a parent organizer at the MLK site, I'm saddened to always feel as we are having to defend our site from proposed cuts. Many of you don't know us, so please indulge me as I give you a brief description. Our community of 371 kids is a safe place for blue-collar service workers, working families. MLK is a pillar in our community. As your report states, many families which I speak for tonight have more than one child at this site, allowing for brothers and sisters to walk/transit safely to school together. The proposed cut to MLK's middle school program would devastate many families' survival strategies that were already under immense pressure pre-COVID days. Cutting middle schools programs from our site would result in older siblings to move to neighboring schools, creating a, quote, hardship, unquote, on my single-parent homes. Respectfully, esteemed board, seek relief elsewhere. The $229,000 savings would be destructive beyond measure to our families. I respectfully request you abandon this option, or if no other option exists, that you, the board, come and talk to our parents directly with this proposal. Please come see for yourself the effects of such an action. Respectfully, more community input is needed. We are trying to avoid receivership, but this is a receivership move. I thank you for allowing me to address you tonight, and thank you all for your labor to our children. And the final public comment is from Kim Schaefer and says, please do not cut mental health services to our kids. They need counselors and therapists now more than ever. Cuts should not be made that hurt the students, especially not the most vulnerable emotionally. And that's the final comment on item 10.3.
Thank you, Anne. We appreciate that. All right, I'm going to open up for board discussion on this. And before we start, I just want to say, as we're approaching these conversations are never easy to have. Cuts are hard and a very difficult decision to make. But we have to be the good stewards of our district to protect, in the future. Not even just, we have to protect right here what's in front of us now, and 5 years and 10 years and 20 years down the road. So with that, I saw Member Morosky and then Member Rhodes.
Oh, thank you. I would just maybe like to kick off our discussion, a couple of questions and maybe some more details on some of the proposed cuts. First, well, I want to say, to follow on with the discussion from the prior week, I think the specific cuts that we have in front of us are just a part of the overall, solution, as Member Garcia eloquently articulated. Earlier, we can solve our deficit first hopefully through more ongoing state and federal dollars, then secondly through negotiated solutions, and thirdly through cuts that will have a bigger impact on students and our schools. that is our last choice. So just wanted to, of course, put that in context first. So to clarify, Ms. Ramos, I wonder if you could explain to us a little bit in more detail what exactly the federal funds can cover. And I don't know if it says temporary CARES funding is proposed to cover social workers, counselors above staffing ratio, and after-school youth development. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And there's a couple others on there that, for instance, elementary sports, that seems like they might be eligible. So can you just shed a little light on that?
Sure. Yeah, the connection to the use of CARE funding is for mitigating the spread of the virus or mitigating learning loss. So very broad categories. And so for the social workers, because these are above and beyond our base, their activities we know will be directed towards social emotional, activities due to students not being in school for an extended period of time. And the same is true with the counselors. And we already know our after school program, youth development department is operating the learning hubs, which are clearly, they fit the criteria of mitigating the impact of learning loss. So we just have to make that connection. I'm trying to think of an example that's come forward recently where we were not able to make that connection because we would be providing those services anyway. For example, there was maybe in our special ed department, possibly one of our staff that activity that staff person was performing would have been provided regardless. And so it really wasn't anything that where you can clearly make a connection that it was above and beyond, and it was their activities have now converted. Oh, here's a better example. Some of our existing classified staff, their duties have been redirected towards mitigating the impact of COVID-19 or learning loss. For example, a lot of our transportation staff are assisting our nutrition services department in the distribution of meals because we're trying to get more meals in the hands of our families in the community. Those activities do meet that criteria. And so we are funding those activities under the CARES. Whereas if they were still providing services to students who were maybe attending a regular, program that normally got transportation, we would not be able to charge those, those activities to CARES. I hope that makes sense. There has to be a clear connection.
Okay. Well, I guess I would put elementary sports on that list as something that is, basically a mental health, a student engagement tool. So I'm hopeful that we can look at funding elementary sports through that. I guess given the public comment too, I wonder if you can just go through kind of what is on the table right now for action tonight versus some of the things that were presented sort of for information for further analysis.
Sure. If we can go back to slide number, let's see. Let's go back to the earlier slide. Yeah, let's go back to slide number 4. Yep, there we go. Perfect. Thank you. So these are the items that we understood from the previous meetings that we're going to make the list for reduction. And so you have the supplies up at the top, 15%, professional development, travel, the non-special ed transportation. This is to eliminate transportation that was provided for those students who were relocated to other schools when their schools were closed several years ago. And there was some discussion, and I was not here during that time as an employee, that the understanding was when these schools were closed, those students that were moved to other schools would be provided with transportation until they completed their elementary school years up until 6th grade. So it's been more than several years. That whole group of students, they've already completed the 6th grade. And so they're, I think we did the math, and there's probably less than maybe, I don't know, I think it was 40 students that are still in that category. of receiving transportation for those school closures. And so, yeah, so that's what that category is. And then the other is the GATE. It's called GATE program because our IB and AP tests are under that department. And so that's why it's listed that way. Elementary sports, college and career visits, and then the site discretionary supplies. So the difference between the top supplies is that would be more for your centralized departments, your administrative departments, and the bottom one is for your school sites. They also receive a discretionary amount of funding for their supplies. So these are this is one of the categories or the list of items that are on the list. And the next slide is the next slide, please. If you could please go. Thank you. These are the other. Went back. Forward 2 slides, please. There you go. Okay, this is the other category that also was recommended for, well, there was many that were recommended for discussion, but our understanding with these are the ones that definitely made the cut in terms of being able to identify current funding that is available right now as an alternative. And however, it is temporary, and this is coming from the CARES because the activities that these particular items would be performing would be related to mitigating the impact of learning loss and or COVID-19. And then there's the third slide, if you could advance one more, please. This is the preschool contribution. And this is the amount that possibly would require a little bit more analysis, or we would wait and see if there was anything that came out of the state budget that could possibly offset this contribution in the coming year. So the total of those three were were the ones that made that final revised fiscal recovery plan that the board would be considering tonight. And all of the others would either be considered for discussion, or they were just completely taken off the list, or would require further analysis in the coming year. And that was that first group you saw in the earlier slides that had many of the school sites. And if we can go back to that one, or I think that's kind of far away. Actually, that's on slide 9. If you could please go to slide 9. Thank you. So these are not our understanding, and please, Superintendent, correct me if I'm wrong. These are not up for a consideration for reduction tonight. Instead, they're up for analysis for elimination in the coming year or a potential restructure in the coming year.
Yes, that's correct. And Member Morawski, just a couple of points that I think we should really dig a little bit deeper for the benefit of all of our board members as well as our community on the appropriate use of CARES funding, if you will. I want to make sure that we do dig a little bit deeper. We get feedback from our SCOE colleagues. Obviously, it's a question that I've asked. We could come up with different ways of justifying what we think and why we think that we should be able to use CARES Act or CARES funding for a variety of programs that we are bringing forward to you as considerations for cuts. I did ask specifically about elementary athletics, and I want to make sure that we don't create a false expectation of what can be used to supplant funding. So I want to make sure that we dig a little bit deeper in that on that topic so that our board members are clear about that. And then on the preschool piece, I do want to ask Ms. Jackie Bonini, Christine Bieda to give a little bit more context on why we think that that should be conditioned on us coming back before July 1. Knowing that there will be some impact potentially on layoff notices, but we do know that there's some decrease in funding from first 5 that we have to take into consideration as well. So that is a program that, unlike slide 9, which you're seeing here, we believe that we can come back to the board over the course of the next few months, as opposed to needing let's say another fiscal year to kind of study and analyze a different model to bring back to consider whether or not we can continue to find a different way of sustaining these smaller programs, 7-8 programs, and others that are reflected in this slide. So if I can ask Rose, our SCOE partners, to provide a little bit more context with respect to CARES funding, what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, particularly knowing that we would eventually be audited, I'm sure, for the use of some of those funds, and then the preschool piece, please.
Yeah, I can start off, but it's basically what I just shared earlier, that yes, these are federal funds and they are subject to audit and they are restricted. That's why they are listed on the restricted side of our budget. And, very broadly, they are to mitigate the impact of COVID-19, all the PPE, preparing our school sites, any kind of training our staff needs for that. And then on the educational side, it's to mitigate learning loss. And so there's a lot of criteria that goes into that. So, for example, we can't necessarily use CARES money to pay for teacher salaries that are conducting regular instruction on a regular basis, because that would be happening anyway, and that is their duty. However, if we were providing supplemental services after school to mitigate the impact of learning loss, absolutely, that would be something that would be allowable. So that's how we are, and we are consulting with our audit firm. As a matter of fact, just this past fall, and it's great that we have that option of bringing Jackie Canfield back on board, and she started off our research in this area to make sure that we could definitely pass an audit. And she consulted with Crow and said, these are the kinds of activities that we're considering funding with CARES. Which ones do you believe, will make that, that will satisfy that criteria? So we were fortunate enough to have guidance from our external audit firm from the beginning. And so we've been using that as a guide. And then, of course, we consult with SCOE and we consult with our neighboring districts just to tap in to see what it is that they're doing. And then, of course, there's also the CDE website. So, we can't just, because we think it might be okay, just charge something there. We have to really be very conscientious and careful about that. Otherwise, what will happen is that, let's just say we charge something that's not allowable when we're subject to an audit, then we're going to have to, pay back those funds and out of unrestricted, and we just create a problem for the district that we don't need.
Yeah, understood. Were we going to hear more about the preschool?
Yeah, if there's no more questions, I don't know, Mr. Schweitzer, if you wanted to add anything to Ms. Ramos's comments before we go to the preschool piece.
Yeah, no, I think Ms. Ramos summed it up pretty well. I mean, obviously, these funds are fairly flexible. However, they are restricted. They are intended for, obviously, this district is with all districts up and down the state and throughout the country have a tremendous need. Your students and families have a tremendous need for support and other services as a result of this pandemic. And the funds were really provided to ensure that that support is provided, is able to be provided, and that you're able to maintain a continuity of operations. So, the district needs to be both strategic and careful in the way it uses those funds. So, I certainly, encourage the work that, your staff has done in talking to your auditor. That's always very important to talk to your auditor and to do that research and in terms of identifying how the funds can be used best to support your students. But yeah, it's really, the funds aren't intended to supplant other expenses that would are regular operating expenses of the district. So it's finding that balance there between the needs of your families and your students, and the allowable uses of the funds, bearing in mind that the fiscal situation you're currently in. But we're certainly committed to continue to work with your staff to ensure those dollars can be put to the best use possible. And the use that best meets the needs of the district.
Thank you for asking about preschool or child development. With me this evening, I have Director Jackie Bonini, who you've seen many times over the years as we've made some changes to child development. So I'm going to ask Jackie, we actually had our budget development meeting today. We did come forward with our B for bad budget. We had A for awesome, B for bad, and the 564 really pulls us into C for cataclysmic. So I'm going to have Director Bonini share with you the impact of the 564,000 and just a little bit of history of where we've come, although most of our board members know, with child development, and what the impact of that 564,000 will look like.
Thank you. Good evening. Just a little history. Before 2019, child development in Sac City provided a multitude of services to our community, everything from infants and toddlers to preschoolers, home-based programs, as well as part-day programs and full-day services for our parents that need childcare. In 2019, our program was drastically reduced. Our contribution went from $2.3 million to a little over $800,000. That contribution continued to reduce again the following year, and now we're looking at a contribution of $564,000. Know that contribution is paying for our base program. Currently, that will pay for 42 childcare attendants who are an essential part of our classroom operations. If I don't have childcare attendants, I can't open classrooms. And that district contribution is also paying for 3 custodians that clean our facilities. As you know, in preschool, we are required to follow licensing regulations, as well as all of the tenants that we have in the school district. And our custodial work is essential to make sure that we are in compliance. As Superintendent mentioned, in addition to this, we suffered a $500,000 cut in our first 5 funding. Next year is the first year in our 3-year grant. Luckily for California, we have less smokers in the state. Unfortunately, that smoking tax is what funds First 5. And so First 5 had to make drastic cuts up and down the state. And for Sac City, it's about $500,000 a year. So we had to mitigate that 500,000. If I lose this district contribution, that's a cut of $1 million of my base. We're not even talking about providing extra services for children and families. Those were gone a long time ago. There's no social workers. There's no support in the classroom for children that are having challenging behaviors. There's very few services for families right now. Those services just don't exist. We are in the bare bones of opening up our classrooms and teaching our kids. This contribution is essential for us.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bonini.
Member Morosky, you got more.
Well, I just wanted to clarify that what is the actual district proposal around the preschool contribution? It looks like it's to cut the preschool contribution and then come back and let us know if there is another funding source for this. And I also don't understand how a little over $500,000 pays for almost 50 staff. I don't, the numbers are not adding up.
So that I can help with. The childcare attendants are 3-hour positions a day. So that's why.
Okay.
Member Morosky, to answer your question, we believe that, prior to the adoption of a new budget, we think that it would be wise for us to see how the state budget continues to look in terms of the potential for additional funding for universal preschool. Ms. Bonini and our team are looking at other alternative ways in which we might also be able to increase revenue Again, we think that we can come back to the board over the next couple of months with an update on that. So to answer your question, yes, we're putting this to the board as a cut that we think we could come back to the board with an update and possibly reverse such cut.
Okay, and just to clarify on the timing on, is there a 60-day layoff notice on those positions? Okay.
Yes, I just want to confirm, Ms. McLaren can confirm along with Ms. Bonini. It'll either be a 60-day as well as the March 15th.
Right. It will depend on exactly which staff. Some of them will be falling under the 60-day notification as classified, and others under the March 15th as certificated. So it will depend.
Oh, okay. I see. Thank you. Okay, I guess just one final comment on the IB and AP tests and open it up to my colleagues. I don't think I fully understood how integral, the AB test fees and AP test fees are in kind of the overall operation of those programs and the accessibility to all of our students. It really does seem like it's opens up major equity issues. And although it's not a required part of having those programs, it seems like a terrible direction to go for the district. So I'm curious to hear, my colleagues' thoughts about that. It's, we were trying to kind of hold up the academic programs to the extent we can, and this seems like it would really degrade the ability of the actual academic program. So with that, I'll turn it back.
All right, thank you, Member Morawski. Member Rhodes. President
Pritchett, I just want to make sure that everyone is aware, our board is aware, we do have Kari Loafing with us, who oversees GATE and AP, IB funding and programming as well. So whenever you deem appropriate, if anyone else has questions about it, everything from the distribution of that $500,000, how much goes to IB fees, how much goes to AP fees, what have been the outcomes and data, if you will, since we started to pay for AP exams, for IB exams, anything that's related to wanting to know more about that expenditure. She's been kind enough to join us to be able to answer those questions too. So whenever you deem appropriate, after questions and comments.
Perfect, thank you. Member Rhodes.
Thank you guys, and thank everybody who was able to present today. First off, I would like to say Happy Black History Month. We haven't said that yet, but I wanted to say that it's an exciting month, and always great for me and my community to have a month to represent the great contributions that we've made. I'd also like to say it was really cool hearing the story about the music program story. And I would say for me, I remember in elementary school, at Bret Hart Elementary School, actually. And I remember the music teacher teaching us De Colores, and De colores que viste en los campos de la primavera. Like that song, I still remember to this day. And it actually sparked a love of language and interest until now you have this African-American male who speaks Spanish, right? And it was like brought on by that experience to actually have that experience in another language and connection to music. So I'm happy that program is being upheld. Also, I would like to say with that Spanish access, I would like to see us have translators. We need to lower the barrier to access for our communities. And, today I know Superintendent translated briefly, and then there was another person who wrote in who will get translated and put on our website later. But her comment was not able to be read today. And I think that as a board and as an organization, we can do better and with that access. And so I know that I've spoken to superintendent about it previously, but I do want to address our board also about that and make sure that we have these things at our board meetings, and it's just a access issue. Also, now going on to Luther Burbank and the IB programs. First off, I'd like to say Southside Pride. You don't know how amazing it was to hear so many Area 5 parents, residents, students, teachers coming to the board. And that type of engagement is powerful. And then lastly, I would like to give a special thanks to staff and Rose and everyone who's put this information together for us and then brought it to the board. It has to be a Herculean feat to take what the board is saying and then revamp and come back and continue to change and grow. But it's a process that is very important. And you know, opportunity at the core of it is like the American dream. And you know, we believe that each person should have like equal opportunity to work hard and use their talents to climb the ladder of success. But in reality, for many of our students, that's been denied. The barriers are significant and recurring. And when we talk about equity, without talking about economic inequity, which impacts a huge section of our community and our district, you know, as stated in our 21-22 budget impact statement by staff, IB programs are, and IB exams, are an integral part of the IB program. And eliminating this financial support would functionally eliminate IB programs at both Kit Carson and Luther Burbank. And that's something that I talked about last week when we were talking about the tests. And I said, hey, you know, we can't actually keep Kit Carson and cut these IB exams. Those two things kind of work against each other. So when we talk about equity, the conversation is missing these cuts. We understand the financial impacts, but we need to take a good look at the race, equity, and justice lens. And we have to look at how the cuts impact students that don't identify as white, students who are English language learners, students who are unhoused, students with disabilities, and students who come from low socioeconomic communities. We need to be laser focused on making sure that we engage and teach our scholars now, and like engage and teach and connect with our families now. You know, and it's hard, you know, and honestly, we shouldn't be cutting any programs. And this is the hard part, right? The situation that we're in. We should be looking at how to maintain, uplift, support our learning communities, families, students, and educators. And we should be bold and creative in our resolutions and actions. So with all of that being said, once again, Southside Pride to all the Burbank folks that came out and the Kit Carson folks that came out in support of the Burbank program and their programs. But I would like to move to remove the IB and AP testing from this list. And I actually want to make a motion to do that now and see if I can get a second on that so we can move forward, because the impacts on that is going to be vast. And so, well, with that, I would like to move to remove the IB and AP testings from the list, justly saving programs at Luther Burbank and Kit Carson. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rhodes. Is there any other board discussion? Member Vila?
So I want to go back if we can. First of all, let me start by saying I want to thank all of our community members. I received hundreds of emails, phone calls, messages. So I read every single email. was very important for me to get all of the information, and I do appreciate everybody providing public comment tonight. We have read the information. So I want to go back to slide 5, and this is kind of following up with what Member Rhodes had just discussed. And there's a few items that are on this list that I think we could definitely remove, that we can keep on this list that aren't directly impacting our students and our teachers. I think these are really, is that slide 5? Oh, maybe I have the wrong one. I'm looking at the slide that has the supplies, the travel, the unrestricted funds, transportation. Thank you. So this slide has a lot of information on it, but we know looking at some of these pieces, we can keep those on and eliminate the gate, elementary sports, and even college and career, we can look at that. But I think those items, I would also like to remove those from this plan. As we look at the other items, those aren't a direct impact, I believe, at this time, and we can get through that. It won't affect our children. That's my whole goal, is I want to make sure we're looking at short-term and long-term. But our students and our families, our community have already been impacted so much in the last almost year. And previous to that these kind of cuts would just be unacceptable for me. So I just want to put that out there. And obviously the preschool analysis, I do believe we wait for what the state comes out in May to look at those numbers. As they had mentioned, cutting that program would be detrimental. We need those funds. That's a huge piece. Preschool is a huge component and is a wonderful foundation for families that I'm not comfortable with that. That's another unacceptable item to me. I don't have more to say about that, but I do want to follow up with what Member Rhodes had suggested, and I'll keep my comments short. Removing the gate, elementary sports, IB test fees, things that are directly going to impact the future of our children are unacceptable items to be putting on the cuts list.
All right. Is there any other board member comments? Member Garcia?
Yeah, so I appreciate the discussion. I also want to thank all of those who called in to provide public comment on this item, and also the hundreds of emails that we received, regarding the fiscal recovery plan. I do have some questions and then some comments. So I think it's important to understand what are the next steps after whatever action is taken on this particular proposal. Can you help us understand what's going to happen between now and then when we adopt a final budget? Because I'm expecting for a lot of work to continue to happen to try and maybe come back with an alternative way of preserving some of the proposed cuts today, whether it's preschool, whether it's after school, or whether it's sports, whether it's, AP and IB tests. So I'm just, can you just respond? Because I'm trying to figure out, maybe my expectation is not accurate. So I just wanted to understand that a little bit more.
Member Garcia, I think it's a great question. I'm going to ask Ms. Ramos, our SCOE partners, particularly because we do have new board members, just to remind our community as well of what we expect to happen in second interim in terms of what does it mean going from first interim in December, what we might present in March, what happens at third interim, what happens after May revise. One thing to just take note, though, is that as you saw in Ms. Ramos's slides, we are giving the board and our community a glimpse of what our multi-year projection would look like if we were to assume that the governor's proposal from January were to stick all the way through, say, the June budget adoption. And so if Ms. Ramos and our SCOE partners could just put that into context for Member Garcia, for our board members, for our community, because I think that we have tried our best to give you a pretty good sense of what would happen with our projection, our structural budget, even in the best case scenario. And again, in light of the decision that you have before you.
Yeah, I'll start off. Well, so let's just back up just a bit here. So whatever action you take tonight in terms of a reduction plan, we will start to go ahead and work on those items in terms of building them into our multi-year projections, and then reflect those in our second interim. So that's one part, right? And then the other piece that happens is that as we start to hear, new developments at the state level, changes to the governor's budget, and also we know that we're reviewing our budget for savings. We're going to provide you that updated information and show the impact of that and those scenarios. And until the state, and then this will happen for the next few months. And then in May, the May revise comes out, additional numbers possibly or updates. We'll update the budget again to reflect what that potentially look like. And we keep saying potentially, Member Garcia, because as you know, the state will not have enacted their budget until June. And we have to, meanwhile, build a budget on the information we know. So assuming that there are no significant changes between May revise and the state's enacted budget, then pretty much that's what the district's budget will look like. But if there are, then we come back in July and we share with you, okay, this is the impact of the state's budget. So, but really, let's get back to the deficit for just a second. Right now, assuming the COLA that, we shared with you earlier, and assuming, that our UPP holds, which we believe it will, and it doesn't include our savings, our deficit looked better, but it was still a negative $33 million. So we have to keep that in our mind as we're, these are very difficult reductions. I'm not proposing that they're easy by no means, but I don't want to, imply that, we're on the road to fiscal solvency based on whatever actions we take tonight. We're still far away from that. So, depending on what comes out of the state, if it's positive, all of that, like you approved in your resolution, will be applied to the deficit, to get us on that path to fiscal insolvency. So I just keep going back to that. That's our target number, is that 33 million right now before savings. So, we have to kind of keep that in mind and perspective as we're looking at these adjustments. It's what was on the plan tonight was about $5 million. I mean, it was something, but it wasn't, not even half of that $33 million. I hope that answers your question. So a couple of moving pieces still, until we get to that final budget. But yeah, the goal is to, try to balance this with still trying to achieve fiscal solvency. And I'll let Mr. Schweitzer or maybe Terry Rydland, our fiscal advisor, if they want to comment further on what they're seeing as far as our next steps are concerned.
Yeah, so Nick Schweitzer with SCOE again, just sort of building off of what Ms. Romo said. Certainly, through, the next few months and into the development of your next budget, we'll certainly continue to monitor, the district's budget, its revenues, its expenditures, assist the district to implement, whatever actions that you take today. Certainly assist the district identifying any sort of mitigation of some of the impacts of any reductions that need to be made, and any other actions that are needed. But also at the same time continue to identify or help the district identify opportunities to achieve savings, opportunities to use funds more strategically, all going into this next building your next budget, and trying to assist you to develop a budget that substantially eliminates the operational deficit and ensures that you're going to be on sound footing going forward.
Thank you. That's helpful. I just, I feel like we need to keep focus on the bigger picture. But I do have another question, and I think this is for Kari regarding the IB and AP tests. I'm trying to understand what this means for the IB programs. I know that the district has been paying for these tests in order to, make them more equitable and accessible to all our students. How did these get paid for before? And I'm wondering what happens if this particular recommendation is approved. Then what does that mean for the program to continue to exist as an IB program? And what does that mean in terms of students having access, not through the district paying for the tests, but what other options are available to students in terms of having these tests covered? Maybe at the school site level, I'm not sure. I'm just trying to understand how it gets to the school site level.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Board Member Garcia. Thank you, everyone. I'm glad to be with you this evening. So I'd actually like to offer you a little bit of historical context about International Baccalaureate funding in our state. When I came into this position in around 13-14, there was a state grants program that reimbursed our district for students who were taking International Baccalaureate exams. There was a whole process that we went through with CDE every year. It was managed by CDE. And because all of the students in our system who were participating in International Baccalaureate at that time were at Burbank, and thereby they were income qualifying, they were able to take the exam at no cost to those students. That grants program expired with the state. And at that time, the state implemented a college readiness block grant program. And some of you may remember those conversations. It was a 3-year grant program. And as a district, we elected to allocate a percentage of those funds to continue what that state grant program had provided in our system. So I think it's imperative to note that at Burbank, neither the school nor the students historically have ever borne the exorbitantly costly burden of those exams. So where we are now, the College Readiness Block Grant Program expired. We exhausted those funds. And because this was so important, we rolled that into our allocation and managed that along with AP fees. I think it's also important to note that unlike advanced placement exams, the International Baccalaureate Program, which is its own corporation, does not offer any fee reduction relief to examinees. Whereas the College Board's AP program does offer a nominal fee reduction, although I do think that we could all debate whether or not a $53 exam versus an $85 exam is particularly of a reduced cost for a family in need. Beyond that, there are some differences in the way the program administers with IB. So in order for a student to be an IB diploma graduate, they need to have taken 6 courses over 2 years and the exams that go with that. There's also some other exams that they need to take, but each exam the subject area exams are $119 each. Most of our AB students in any given year are taking 4 to 5 exams in that year. That's been completely supported through the district. AP is a little bit similar. We've had 2 bills that have crossed through the state assembly in the last 2 legislative cycles. Last year, we were pretty confident that the one that was going through the assembly was going to be approved, and then priorities shifted. But it's important to note that even those two bills moving through the assembly spoke only to advanced placement. They did not have any language protecting support for International Baccalaureate exams. So to your question, Board Member Garcia, I have very much the same question, to be honest with you, which you know is my way. I imagine that in some cases, some sites may find ways, but my real heartfelt fear here is that it is catastrophic to not be able to pay those exam fees for our students. And I think if I could elaborate even a bit further, when we talk about even our students who are not technically income qualifying, who don't meet that federal threshold, we have many, many students who have benefited these last many years in our system by our support, reducing their college expenses, helping them start out their freshman year in college actually as sophomores because they had taken all of these classes. They enter college with credits. They're in advanced placement upon college entrance because of their AP and IB fees. So please let me know if there's other more logistical specifics you'd like me to get into about numbers or what our costs have been over the last several years. I'm happy to answer those questions.
So the district, I guess, subsidy, I don't know what else to call it, has applied to all students who take an IB, multiple IB exams, regardless of their income level.
Yes, that was the transition that we made with the College Readiness Block Grant, because this was no longer that prior program with CDE. We could administer the College Readiness Block Grant in the way that we felt was most equitable and supportive for our students. And from an administrative lens, that was the most straightforward way to apply those funds. So we have, for the last 3 years, paid AP and IB exam fees for any student participating in those exams. We have increased the rate of students who are taking AP and IB classes and those exams. And that is something we've lauded, right? We've lauded the increase in exams and that increased cost, knowing what it meant for our students.
So I'm interested to also hear, and I don't know if it's for tonight or maybe a subsequent conversation, what the split is between the students who are income eligible, but for the subsidy would not otherwise be able to take these exams versus the students who are benefiting from the subsidy, but who may be able to pay for the exam or the exams. So I'm trying to really tease that out, and I don't know if you have that information, if it's like a 75-25 split, 50-50. So just to find out what the net impact on the savings is. I understand how it disproportionately impacts certain student subgroups, but I'm trying to fixate on the income eligibility since it's being offered to all students, regardless of.
Sure. It has been offered to all students. In terms of International Baccalaureate exams, 100% of our students who have taken IB exams fall under that income qualifying header. 100% of our students at Burbank qualify for that support under the previous CDE grant. When it gets to AP, I'd be happy to get you a little bit more specifics about that, to look at what that exact breakdown is in kind of simple percentages. And I could probably get you something that looks at the last 3 years. We don't yet have this year's data. That isn't reported out until March when we have to submit those numbers to the College Board for our reduction. So I'd love to give you more.
And my last question relating to this particular recommendation is this one of those recommendations that is subject to March 15th or any other deadlines? No. Okay. If that's the case, I think more information is warranted to understand the that split, right? I think in the spirit of having to make tough decisions, we need to also understand how we can, compromise, right? And then continue to be mindful of maintaining access for students who otherwise wouldn't have it. But at the same time, recognizing that we do have families who can afford to pay for these exams and who might be willing to pay for these exams, right? We heard many of them call in advocating for this particular recommendation not to move forward, and in the spirit of equity. And I think that is also meeting that spirit of equity. So I don't know how we move forward today in terms of this particular recommendation. I just think that more information needs to come back to the board before the final budget in June. So maybe it's one of those like qualifiers, like the preschool, item. That I know for today's purposes is moving forward, but you're still going to look for a way to maintain it and come back to the board with an update on that. And just some general comments, President Pritchett. We heard a lot in public comment and through the emails as well that none of these recommendations should move forward. And that it is because the district is poised to receive, additional funds. And you're correct. You are absolutely right. The district will receive additional ongoing state dollars. The district will also receive additional federal dollars. And unfortunately, these additional funds are not enough to address the ongoing structural deficit, which is why we're even talking about non-negotiated cuts as a necessary way or as a necessary component of an overall fiscal recovery plan. So if the district gets additional funds, state, federal, then again, based on our prior resolution, we're going to use that first to offset the structural deficit and then come back. And before the board adopts the final budget, find out what changes we can make between whatever gets adopted today and whenever the board adopts the final budget. This is not the end of a conversation. It's the beginning. But we need to utilize the process in place so that we can continue to have that conversation so that staff has enough direction to come back with more informed recommendations based on our comments and based on the direction that they're getting from us today. So again, even then, in June, when we're reconsidering where we're at based on a whole many variables, the state final budget, additional federal funds, savings through negotiated agreements, and lastly, the whatever gets decided tonight or at a future meeting, the on non-negotiated solutions. This may not still fill that gap that we need to fill. We already heard from Rose that we're still, even under the best scenarios with the governor's proposed budget, we're still going to have a gap, a 20-point-something million gap. So I just ask my colleagues that to keep in mind that this is not the final action that we're taking, and that we were elected to make tough choices. And today's one of those days. where we're making very difficult choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Garcia. And you took the words right out of my mouth. All right, I have Member Morosky and then Member Rhodes. And then Member Sheik.
I think I was before Member Morowski.
Oh, thank you. I apologize. Go ahead.
No problem. I want to kind of go back with, I believe Ms. Lofting was talking about 100% of the students in IB would be impacted negatively by this, and I know that, and then the staff report that I also mentioned previously, that also says that it would, efficiently cut Kit Carson and Luther Burbank, at least for the IB portion of what we're talking about here. And so while I understand what Board Member Garcia wanted with more information about AP testing, I believe that Ms. Lofting gave sufficient information about IB testing inside of what she was speaking of. I understand also that this is not end of a conversation, but it definitely could be the end of the conversation for our IB programs. And that's our decision, and that's our hard decision to make. But I believe tonight that that's the right decision to make. And I go back also to my initial proposal to take the IB testing off of our slate tonight. And I would like to continue to push that forward and see where our second is on that proposal. Thank you.
Member Morosky.
Thanks so much. And I appreciate the discussion tonight. And I think it seems like many of us are right there with you, Member Rhodes. And I'm not going to second exactly the motion, but I want to maintain that same idea of taking the IB tests fees off the table. So we'll put this out there for consideration based on the discussion so far, and we can talk more. But I would say I will move to move forward with the recommendations or the proposed cuts, excluding the line item of GATE, eliminate paying for IB and AP tests, and elementary sports. So I know none of this is easy. I mean, when it comes down to it, we're a school district. Nothing we do is about something else other than serving children and educating children, right? And for their social emotional development. That's everything we do. If it's not there, if it's not doing that, it shouldn't be part of our district. And so everything is going to, nothing is easy, nothing is inconsequential in terms of cuts. And these are difficult cuts. These are not cuts that we want to make. I do hope that we, come back and have better news about, the preschool contribution. I believe that can happen, but I think we need to move forward with that today, given the timing. So I'm sorry. I wanted to, but just before I put that out there for discussion, I just wanted to quickly go back to what I kind of started with last meeting in terms of like bullet points. And that was, of course, keep focused on negotiated solutions first, which we've talked about. Take some cuts off the table entirely, which I think we got to. But I wanted to talk about for a second the proposed cuts that were on the table last week, and we talked a little bit about today. And they need more analysis, they need more community input and strategic thinking. But some of those could potentially still be on the table for 22-23 school year. but we need to really work in the meantime. I'm particularly thinking about, some of our very small high school programs that are very costly to maintain. We need to think about what those look like going forward and what the community priorities are to maintain. So I just wanted to make sure that work is also going to be done. I think we've done the other pieces of use the one-time federal funds to protect the student services that we can. I'm glad to see that there. And then the final thing was bring back to the board information about what's been done and further opportunities to maximize the efficacy and cost efficiency of the district office to really make sure that all of our expenditures centrally are really value added. And I know we've done a lot there. I just want to make sure that we are, that you bring back, what we have done. And sometimes maybe it's not a cost savings thing, but it's an efficiency or an effectiveness thing. So we just need to be, as we're making these difficult cuts that will impact school sites, we need to make sure that we're doing, everything we can to make our central office as efficient and effective as possible. So I just wanted to make sure we didn't lose those couple things, the kind of the central office and the issue of some of the proposed cuts, like we still need to talk about. So we need to have a process for that. And with that, I'm sorry to go on so long. I'll leave my motion on the table and hope to get a second on that.
Member Morawski,
hold on, Member Rhodes, did you have your hand up? I'm sorry.
I did.
Okay, just if you could wait till I call on you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I was asking just clarification. Member Villa earlier made, I believe, the same recommendation you did to keep IB, AP, the GATE section, and sports, youth sports. Are you supporting and seconding her original motion, or is it a different motion? I just wanted to get clarity.
I'm not sure if it was a motion. I think it sounded to me like it was, suggestions and her preferences. So I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Member Villa.
My understanding is that there was not a motion. Go ahead, Member Villa.
I did state that I'd like to make a motion, but I did want to make sure that the rest of my board members were able to speak and put together something collaboratively before moving forward with that, because I do agree with what Member Morawski is stating. I want those items to be removed and we can come back at that point.
Okay, so you had a motion on the table. Do you mind retracting your motion and we'll go with the new motion from Member Morawski?
Motion retracted.
All right, thank you. All right, Member Sheik and then Superintendent.
I'll let the superintendent go ahead if he wants to.
Go ahead, Member. Oh, you're
muted, Soup.
Thank you very much. Just for clarity's sake, I do want to make sure that as we're listening to you for guidance and some direction, a little bit to Member Garcia's point and also to the motion, would it be helpful for staff to give you a breakdown of the total distribution of the $500,000 potential cut, if you will, in terms of how much goes to IB testing and how much goes to AP testing? Because we've heard more about the IB testing aspect, or are you wanting to make sure that the entirety of that is kept off the table, if you will? But there is a distribution between how much of the 500,000 roughly goes to IB testing and how much goes to AP testing.
I think that would be helpful. Ms. Loefing?
Can I just clarify sort of my inquiry, my line of inquiry? I wanted to understand or get a sense of when you went back and did further analysis and did that breakdown or the breakdown on between IB and AP, and then within those categories, what the split is on income eligible students versus, students who are not income eligible. I wanted to get a sense of if there are any savings to be captured, right? After you gave the board that analysis, can we still capture some savings within that bucket, but still be mindful of which students have zero access to IB because of these tests not being subsidized by the district. So that's what I wanted to understand in the spirit of continuing to try to find savings to the extent possible. So I don't know if that conversation is for tonight. That's why I wasn't sure if maybe this particular item comes back to us at a later time for further discussion. Or what. And the same thing, I think, for elementary sports. I think, how else we might be able to find funding to support elementary sports. I don't know what is the best way to proceed tonight. If it's to approve the recommendation to cut, but come back with, whether or not, CARES funds can be used. So I don't know. That question is, I think, for my colleagues.
All right. And for Superintendent, for your clarification, Member Morawski, were you asking to remove IB and AP within your motion?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's consistent with the district's focus on equity. I mean, we want to ensure that everyone can take these exams, and we know most of our students are low income or in low income families. And so, I mean, I would definitely be open to further conversations about, whether there is a way to, do we do it by income if you can afford? I just fear that creates another, administrative hurdle, and it also introduces stigma, I guess, and into, you have to apply for a scholarship for the fee waiver, or I don't know. I mean, I'm definitely open to other ways to handle it if we can do it in a way that provides the savings and is consistent with equity.
Student Member Sheikh.
Thank you, President Pritchett. It's been a minute on this item. I have a lot of thoughts. I have a whole page of all sorts of different strands that we've tugged at tonight. I'm just going to start out by saying that I told many people that, because of the gate item, there was no way I could support a plan that included that. But, I had the same exact thought that Member Garcia did while we were hearing the presentation, which is within the gate and IB, how many of those families can afford that? And I hear Member Morawski's concerns with regards to stigma that might be introduced with a fee waiver process or something. And I also heard Ms. Loeffling say that 100% of the IB students couldn't afford it otherwise. And so I think maybe if one day we were to look at the ratio within AP testing, that might be fine. I agree that we should sort of take that off the table for now. I have a couple of questions. I think, could we just get some clarification on what the travel $90,000 entails?
Yes, that's the travel expenses associated with going on a conference, for example, that is maybe out of, not within driving distance of Sacramento, where staff have to fly, and lodging and meals associated with that.
So this would be primarily staff?
Yes.
Okay, that's cool. And then with regards to, I think this is the item that I'm most open to sort of seeing go, the transportation. Could you just clarify the number of students, Ms. Ramos? I think you mentioned it was approximately 40.
Yeah, let me grab those exact numbers for you. Give me just a second.
Certainly. In the time that Ms. Ramos grabs those, I'll sort of reflect on some of the thoughts I had during the presentation. We've sort of talked about this fiscal recovery plan going back to, I can't remember if it was the end of November or the beginning of December, but it's been many months in the coming, and we've heard so much from the public on a weekly basis, the dozens and dozens of emails, the public comments, everything. And I'm very grateful to staff to sort of incorporate that. We've come closer and closer, and we've turned this huge sort of very destructive, horrible idea into something much more targeted. I do still think back to what I said in that December 10th meeting, which is what's the gain to us as a district within our fiscal, within our structural deficit? How much are we gaining versus how much are students losing? And so when I look at a cost like college and career visits, that's $288,000, whereas our deficit is a whole that's closer to 20 million, right? It's not bringing us closer at all. And we are cutting money that, you know, I'll speak personally, being on campus as a student really inspired me. I mean, this was something that I wasn't sure about previous to sort of my experiences with college, both taking classes at City and, you know, the district's provided trip to UC Berkeley and SF State. And sort of being on that environment causes a lot of sparks. We heard the public comment about, you know, the singing in Spanish, and Member Rhodes spoke about his own personal spark with that. And I think this is another thing that, you know, doesn't bridge the gap. It also disincentivizes enrollment in a district that's cutting so many of these things. And so I have serious hesitations about that item, along with GATE and elementary sports. Furthermore, you know, this is a public meeting. We've had so much public engagement with this plan going back to December. And I just wanted to deal with a couple of the conceptions we hear in the comments, which is, you know, some of the special programs we tabled last week, they're only for the privileged. And I think that's an incredibly misguided conception in a district where 72% of students are below that line, socioeconomically disadvantaged. It's an incredible privilege for those students, including myself, to be in those programs. But they're driving our enrollment, not to mention that these are things that are, you know, unnegotiable in many aspects. And I'm glad that we as a board have come to the recognition that we cannot cut those right now. In addition, you know, we keep hearing this thing that, you know, the district is prosperous because of the incoming federal funds. I literally heard the word prosperous multiple times in our public comment today. And, you know, for me to ask Ms. Ramos to answer that would be insulting at this point. We've heard so many presentations since the beginning of this discussion, and just regular reports on the financial status of this district. It's not prosperous, it's miserable. And to be completely fair, there are some sort of targeted ways we might be able to help that with fiscal recovery plan. But at the end of the day, this is not where we're going to find the massive, you know, the millions of dollars that we do need to bridge. This might delay our sort of impending doom a little bit. But I think everyone holds out hope for the only thing that'll save us from the nightmare apocalypse. And so that's why I was so uncomfortable with the fiscal recovery plan to start with. But I think if we do manage to table the right items, we can sort of move forward with some of these cuts. I think Member Morawski is exactly right by saying we're a school district. Everything we cut is going to hurt someone. But at some point, you know, there are some things that might have to be cut. Ms. Ramos, do you have the numbers on that?
I do. Okay, so it's an average per bus of 20 to 40 students. That's where my 40 came from. So we currently have 7 buses that are in their 8th year providing transportation to those students whose schools were closed about 8 years ago. And so altogether, it's about 232 students, with our lowest number being about 9, a ridership of 9 students in that one bus, and the highest one being roughly about 52 students on one bus. So we have 7 of those that are being transported to other schools.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Student Member Shank. Well said. Is there any other board discussion? All right, so we have a motion on the table to accept the proposed cuts with removing IB, AP, and elementary sports. Is that correct, Member Morawski?
Yeah, and GATE, I think.
Is that what? Oh, okay.
Yeah, remember, President Pritchett stated it correctly. Yeah, the GATE cut is the elimination of IB and AP tests. Yeah, same thing. Yeah, thank you.
And elementary sports.
And elementary sports, correct.
Correct.
So we don't have a second yet.
We do not.
Second.
Thank you. We have a second. Student preferential vote?
It's going to be a no, and I would introduce a competing motion to add college and career visits to that list.
Okay, we need to go through the motions of this vote, and if it fails, then we can pick up your motion, okay? All right, we have a motion and a second, and Superintendent, please roll call. You're on mute.
Sorry about that, everyone. Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Morosky?
Aye.
Member Wu?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
You're muted.
You're mute.
A rarity, sir. Aye.
Member Phillips?
No.
Okay, thank you. The motion passes. Thank you for that conversation. Like I said, it's not an easy one to have for sure. Looking at the time, it's 10:27. Before we move on, we need to extend the meeting. Can I get a motion to extend the meeting to
Moved.
to 11 o'clock? I got motion in a second to 11 o'clock. All in favor, say aye. All right.
I think the motion was to amend the plan. Now we need to get to the.
Oh, you are correct. And now we have to vote on the amended plan. Okay.
Motion second, preferential vote.
Okay. Lisa, would you like to put forth the motion?
I'm sorry. I think I must have gotten lost.
That's okay. We just voted on amending it, and so now we have to vote on the actual action. The
plan is.
We already had started the vote on the motion when Member Shake suggested making an amendment. So I think I am a little.
You made the amendment.
I was commenting during my preferential vote on your amendment to the item. Now we're going to vote on the amended item.
You want to explain, Mr. Behrens?
Behrens,
well, as I understand it, was the motion to amend to eliminate 3 items.
That is correct.
No, the motion was to move forward with this proposal, with the exception of those 2 items, and that's what I thought we voted on.
Okay, if you think you have passed it, fine. But I thought it was a motion to eliminate. So it's an amended. You were making an amendment to the plan.
I don't think it would hurt for us to go through the motions again. Once again, so the original motion, let's just be clear, the original motion was to remove those 3 things that we said, IB, AP, and elementary sport. And so now that we've removed those, now we vote on the entire plan with those removed. So do you want to move it?
Motion to move it.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right. Student preferential vote?
No.
All right. Superintendent, roll call?
I think Member Phillips has had her hand
Oh,
raised.
I apologize, Member Phillips.
That's okay, Madam President. Okay, can you explain again what we are voting on right now?
Yes.
You're
So
voting.
go
Sorry.
ahead. That's
You're
okay.
voting on the amended plan.
Yes.
And the amended plan is IB, AP, and school sports.
Being removed from that plan.
And because those have been removed, and because we agreed on that motion, then we are not hearing what Student Board Member Shake was saying.
That's right, because this one has passed.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Superintendent,
Okay.
roll call.
Yes, absolutely. Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Morowski.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
No.
Okay, thank you. We good, Jerry? We're good. All right. Sounds good. All right.
President Pritchett, may I recommend postponing item 10.1, which is the LCAP information item, to February 18th. We will have more information from our LCAP Parent Advisory Committee, as well as our Student Advisory Committee. And we would incorporate some of that feedback into the February 18th presentation.
Okay, and this is just an informational item, so I get a motion to remove item 10.1 from the agenda and postpone it to the next agenda item, or to the next agenda meeting. Member Wu?
I move.
You'll move it? Okay, can I get a second?
I'll second.
Morosky.
Thank you. And
Shake.
Student member Sheik?
Aye.
Thank you. And do we need a roll call vote on this one, Jerry?
I think if you all raise your hands and we know we have a majority, we're good.
Okay.
Member Pritchett, because I can see the whole gallery view. I think Member Morosky has had her hand up for a question.
Oh, I apologize. I thought you had your hand up saying second.
I apologize. Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment on the removal and delay of this item. And I'm fine with it, but I recognize that the board has a role to play in the development of the LCAP. We have a new 3-year LCAP that we have to that we are going to adopt in June. And I am concerned a little bit about the timing on the ability of the board to inform those strategic priorities and goals, because our job is direction setting and establishing accountability structures. Those are our like two of our core functions. And so I'm a bit concerned that as a board, we won't have the if we delay too much or don't develop a structure to inform those before we have staff develop it, then I think that just the directionality is a little bit off. And so I think we need to have a discussion about what the board role is and what that looks like. Because the last strategic plan for the district that came up with those, the current LCAP goals, that was adopted in 2016 for 2016 through 2021. There were only two board members of our current board on the board at that time. And so I think it's imperative, as the representatives of our community in a democracy, that, we as community representatives have a ability to kind of shape the direction of that LCAP in conjunction with that development by staff, if that makes sense.
It does.
So
we will make sure that we have this on the agenda for the February 18th meeting, along with recommendations from the LCAP.
And if it would help board members, we could also organize 2-bys just to catch all of our board members up on this process, so that the board can then make a decision about whether you would like to hold a special board workshop as this timeline is moving forward, so that you feel confident that the board has been able to provide needed feedback as we continue to get feedback from our LCAP PAC advisory, as well as our student advisory committees. We can quickly bring the board also into the process through first 2-by information sessions, and then if the board would like to hold some type of special board meeting or board workshop on this topic as well, we could organize that.
I think that'd be extremely helpful. Thank you, Superintendent. And thank you, Member Morosky. All right, so I believe we voted on that, so we can remove that from the agenda and postpone it to the next agenda, Superintendent. All right, going back up to item 9.0, communications, 9.1, employee organization reports. SCTA per Article 18 gets 15 minutes, and I believe they submitted 6 topics. Ms. Moretti?
Yes, they have a comment. There's a report for SCTA. And it says, good evening. I'm David Fisher, president of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. I'd like to start out my comments tonight with several facts about the Sacramento City Unified School District budget. Fact number 1, since the 2012-2013 school year, the district has run a surplus every year except one, 2017-18. And you may recall that in that year, the district was told by the Sacramento County Office of Education it needed to make budget cuts to offset the cost of our contract settlement. And instead, Superintendent Aguilar went on a spending spree, including $6 million to cash out the vacation of the district's top administrators. Fact number 2, in March 2019, the Sacramento City Unified School Board passed resolution number 3060, quote, on fiscal solvency plan to save our schools, unquote, which included the following. Quote, District Superintendent Jorge Aguilar has agreed to forego any salary increase allowed under his employment agreement until the district receives either a qualified or positive certification as defined in Education Code Section 42131, Subdivision A1, unquote. The district still has not had a budget that has received, quote, either a qualified or positive certification as defined in Education Code Section 42131, Subdivision A1, unquote. And yet Superintendent Aguilar has taken a $34,126 increase in his total compensation. Fact number 3, the district has the largest reserve fund in its history, $93 million. That's 8 times higher than the 2% reserve required by the state. Fact number 4, since the district's budget was rejected for the first time in August 2018, the first time an SUSD budget was rejected in its entire history, the SUSD reserve has increased by more than $24 million. Fact number 5, at its current $89 million, down from the original budget of $101.3 million, the SUSD budget currently includes $70 million in books and supplies, more than it traditionally spends in this category. Chief Business Officer Rose Ramos has acknowledged that these extra tens of millions of dollars are parked in the books and supplies until the district figures out how to spend the dollars. Fact number 6, the district, in a transaction approved by the previous school board, which includes 4 of you, on the consent agenda and by the Sacramento County Office of Education, SCOE, went forward with the $6 million purchase of unproven portable air filtration units, even after SCTA recommended that the district seek advice from scientific experts. Since then, the units had to be taken out of the classrooms when SCTA and SEIU raised health and safety concerns and demanded their removal. Fact number 7, the district is receiving $124 million in new revenue from the federal government as a result of 2 COVID relief packages. This does not include the millions more expected to come from the new Biden administration. Fact number 8, Governor Newsom's California state budget, which calls for the highest K-12 spending in California history, will result in $100 million or more in new revenue for SUSD. Fact number 9, even with Chief Business Officer Rose Ramos's overly conservative calculations, based on the governor's January budget, the district should present a positively certified second interim budget for board approval in March. Fact number 10, for the district to cut any services to students or to demand $20 million in shifting healthcare costs onto staff, resulting in cuts to take-home pay by as much as 34.6% or over $17,000 per year is unconscionable. If SUSD truly has a financial crisis, you have a huge reserve fund you can use to respond. If it is not a crisis, why are you demanding huge cuts to teachers' take-home pay when there's already thousands of students without credentialed teachers in the classroom? And that is the only report we have submitted for item 9.1.
Great, thank you, Anne. All right, we'll go on to 9.2 then. District Advisory Committees, Community Advisory Committee.
We don't have any reports on the community advisory committees. We have 2 comments were submitted. One by Gwinnett Bird, which I don't see her online any longer, but the other from Rich Vasquez, and he is online.
Okay, perfect.
And this is for the LCAP PAC committee, correct, Ms. Moretti?
Yes. Now that I got a few more minutes, I could do hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. Again, here representing the LCAP PAC. Just give you an update of the last meeting. We are starting to do get the recommendations together for the next 3-year plan. It was weird and it felt like a blur because we had to adjust and pivot to the LCA plan, and that kind of just made it all of a mix. So it's a lot of stuff's moving fast. At our last meeting, we had a presentation on MTSS through a staff, so I appreciate them coming out and showing us what MTS is and the multi-tiered system of supports and things that are going with that. Just with that, I believe that really needs to start getting into our schools. I know there's a cohort, we got a couple cohorts, but again, from my personal experience, I think if we had MTSS, I know one of my daughters, matter of fact, both of my daughters needed support. One of them got the support and she got over to West Campus because I believe she got the support. The other one did not get the support, and I believe that she's struggling because of that, but I believe she has a form of dyslexia, but no one ever brought that up. So again, if we have MTSS, I believe that there's more supports and things like that to identify this stuff. And we wonder why the students are struggling and they're not reading. Well, because they're not getting supports and no one's identifying those. We're also talked about assessments. Again, I know a big thing throughout the district is assessments, and we don't want to feel like we're putting our kids through too many testing and stuff like that. But if we don't have assessments, how can we identify these things? Again, that's why I go back to my personal experience. No one came and told me. I might have saw some things at home that she was writing her D's and B's backwards and stuff, but no one came from school side or nobody, right? No one told me, hey, your daughter might be this. Let's try to get them some help. So again, that's why the importance of just having these type of programs in place and assessments so that we could really help these kids and start getting the results. Again, also, again, thank you, Ms. Trustee Morawski, for mentioning the LCAP and the importance of it. I was having a little, personal type, does this really matter? Because again, we're trying to give recommendations to the district, but we're saying we're in a structural deficit, we're cutting. So it really is hard to be going to these meetings trying to give recommendations. Again, I went to 20 straight meetings for the LCAP, and again, that's where I'm at. So again, thank you for telling us that it's important. Thank you for, again, bringing us up. Again, a lot of us been going in there. We're giving our experiences. So again, thank you, everyone, and appreciate it. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez, and thank you for your service. All right. So, Anne, we do not have any comment or reports for the District English Learner Advisory Committee or the LCAP, correct? No reports?
No
Okay.
reports.
Student member Sheikh, do we have any reports for the Student Advisory Council?
We do not. It's too late.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. Item 9.3, Superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Pritchett, and Student Board Member Sheikh, if you could apologize to our SAC students on just the delay given the agenda change this evening. I wanted to just spend a few minutes, President Pritchett and board members, acknowledging the board action that was just taken on a plan that, of course, included serious and painful cuts to our district budget. We've all heard the adage that budgets are a reflection of our priorities, and in our district, the success and well-being of all of our students are our priorities. And unfortunately, the budget that we took action on is not the best reflection of those priorities, but it does reflect our current reality, in my opinion. I can't even pretend that even in our current budget, that we are meeting all of our students' needs. And board members spoke about that issue very eloquently, and we heard it in our public comments as well. We still, of course, have a lot of work to do to achieve and actualize our vision of equity, given some of those cuts. But as we put this fiscal recovery plan before our community this evening, I do want to say that it hurt as someone who has championed equity for our students, and given that our board composition is made up of equity champions as well. And I know that we are not the only ones that are struggling with this decision. I've heard the frustration from our community. I've heard the frustration from our staff. I heard public comments. I've seen a lot of emails come through our superintendent's account. And I've also heard the same thing from our students. But the fact is that we do have a growing structural deficit that we must address. We can't wish it away. We can't pretend that we have unrestricted funds available to cover our ongoing costs, which will just continue to grow. We've used numerous analogies over the last few months to communicate this fiscal reality. We've heard about a sinking boat. We've heard about a household budget. We've heard about a car transmission repair. And we are going to continue to try the best way to communicate some of these challenges. But I also think that tonight we must acknowledge the board's action to recognize our budget reality and address our structural deficit. Again, I want to acknowledge that I've heard the frustration and the anger from our community. As a parent of students in the district myself, as superintendent as well, I can't pretend that I'm not frustrated too, but I also have to accept the reality of our situation. And the reality is that we have not effectively addressed our structural deficit over many years, and we're forced to look at other cuts. And the cuts to the programs are the ones that our students need the most. And our task, unfortunately, is to make very difficult decisions, as you heard board members talk about today, and that was done tonight. These aren't just numbers, and they will have a direct impact on our students. And these cuts have the potential to take us backwards, in my opinion, when it comes to the progress that we've made steadily over the past few years on behalf of our students. Member Sheikh mentioned it a bit in his own commentary. I feel that I went to college largely because I participated in a college visit when I was a senior in high school. I've never visited the campus that I eventually enrolled in, and probably wouldn't have if I had not visited that college campus, thanks to an outreach program that served me at my own high school. And yet, as you heard, we made the difficult decision to cut that particular service this evening. I want to say that these cuts do not reflect the enduring values of our district, certainly of my own vision as your superintendent, but I also think that we are committed and we will actualize a vision of equity, of giving students additional supports to have access to social capital, to experiential experiences that change how our students view success in their lives. I wish, I can't tell you how much I wish that the fiscal experts that have come into our district were wrong, but there is no evidence that we can provide you that tells a different story. I'm reminded of Amy Tan, who has said that to keep false hopes is to prolong misery. And as your superintendent, I will maintain realistic and positive hope that we can courageously work together to do the right thing and prioritize all of our Sac City Unified's wonderful, valuable, and hopeful students while we take action to address this structural deficit finally, once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Well said. Item 9.4, President's Report. I'll keep it very short because of the late hour. I echo the superintendent's comments, and I know tonight was a hard night for board members and community members and our students, at most our students, because these cuts were, many of them were to them directly. But I think now we need to start looking forward, moving forward, banding together is what we need to do. And we need to hopefully never make cuts like this again. That would be our dream, to never have to make cuts and to be able to add additional programs in our schools. And then I want to say thank you to Area 3's LCAP representatives, Maria Rodriguez and Christine Shelby. These are two very dedicated parents that you heard from Rich Vasquez, spending night after night in meetings and for a very long time. And both of them have resigned from the LCAP now. And so if Area 3, you're still listening out there, we have 2 spots open, and I'd love to be able to connect with you to get you applications for the LCAP committee, the LCAP PAC. It's a very important position for our district and for our kids. With that, we'll move on to item 9.4, student member report. Student member Sheikh.
Thank you, President Pritchett. There's so many things I could say right now. But I guess I'll be honest, I'm angry. I'm really mad that the board took those cuts tonight, and not just the fact that the board voted the way that it did, even though I disagreed sort of specifically. It's the fact that we had to take those cuts. And, I wouldn't have taken them because I think some of those items were too insignificant to make a dent, and they're going to harm students in the long end. But the fact is, the hope that I and many other parents and students have for negotiated savings seems unrealistic because, we see people presenting facts in their reports just prior to ours, where none of the things are facts. We live in a district where we allow it to, where we allow lies to become the mainstream narrative, and parents are entirely misguided by the fact that they have students in classrooms hearing things that have been emailed out in union emails. And so this all entirely frustrates me because, we say that it hurts, and it does. But there's a structural problem, and we're not addressing that at all. And we're addressing sort of these things on the periphery. I'm also, a little bit less anger. I'm disappointed that we're not discussing sort of a follow-up to Resolution 3174 tonight with regards to excused absences for mental health. But I'm really excited to work with staff on that. And then sort of off the topic of the cuts, on November 19th, I asked Superintendent Aguilar during one of these meetings whether we were considering waivers anytime soon for our younger K-6 students. And the superintendent pointed to the rising COVID cases at the time. And, he pointed out that we're continuing to learn from learning hubs. And I think given the case rate increase and the lack of experience in California with regards to in-person learning, that answer was somewhat justifiable. But today, I don't think we have the same questions or the same answers. We don't have the same waiver process for one, so I can't pose it again. But I really, really hope that Sac City moves quickly towards engaging in the Governor's Safe Schools for All plan. Since our county's peak of was 62.7 cases per 100,000 back on December 10th, 2020, we've come down to 21.6. We're falling rapidly. We're continuing to decline. And so this is excellent news. I'm excited. I'm excited to see people get vaccinated, sometimes not properly, but get vaccinated nonetheless. And so there's no excuse for not having a very solid plan for coming back. I hope we're discussing this in the next meeting. And if not, very soon. And so we don't have nearly enough, because I talk a lot about mental health, and a lot of people fall into the normal sort of stigmatized view of, mental health doesn't matter. There are more serious concerns at hand. And so sure, let's pretend mental health isn't real. We don't have nearly enough data to see how students did academically this semester, but everyone on this call, everyone watching knows exactly what direction that progressed towards. So much ground has been lost, and this district and districts across the state and districts across the country will continue to grapple with that for years on end. But specifically because we have such a population of socioeconomically disadvantaged and people who are not doing fantastically in in-person education, we're going to have to deal with this for years on end. And I hope the board continues to sort of remember the mental health and academic gaps that we've created. I was listening to San Francisco Mayor Breed with her press conference yesterday morning, and she was talking about her own experience going from public housing. She said, the only reason I was able to grow up in public housing in a very challenging environment in poverty and go on to become mayor was because of our public schools. But if I was in public school today, I would likely be one of the very students who are falling behind because of the distance learning. There are future mayors within Sacramento City Unified School District students, and we're not serving them properly. And we talk endlessly within this district about equity. Ever since I signed on to the Student Advisory Council, I've seen the posters all over CERN. I've heard the words in board meetings. But I can tell you, anyone can tell you exactly who's bearing the brunt of our current predicament. I've heard from more parents and children than I care to count with the same exact fears that Mayor Breed expressed about the situations within their homes. And let's be clear, it's hard enough for a parent who gets to work on Zoom within the same house to facilitate distance learning while they're working. But imagine the disproportionate amount on families like mine, where my father is out working a blue-collar essential job all day. And so further down on the socioeconomic ladder, we don't have the privilege of having a parent there. And so people like me and younger than me, I'm 17, I'm capable of supervising my siblings. I've heard of people much younger having to supervise their siblings and handle the day alone. And so folks in more privileged part of our region who don't exist within Sac City, they don't have to worry about any of that because their districts have a lot less concerns and a lot less speed in moving towards some of these things. We saw earlier today how much learning hubs can help with some of this. We saw a fantastic student, a great principal doing dedicated work. But I think at some point, they become less learning hubs and more supervision hubs. We're ensuring that these students are watched and fed. But at the end of the day, the quality of education is still that sort of Zoom, unengaged classroom experience. And we sort of turn this into a war between students and teachers and parents and families. It's none of that. There's no one who's trying to take aim at anyone else. We all know that teachers come into a field where they work incredibly hard and they're paid they're paid less than they could be elsewhere with the degrees that they have. They come into this field so they can educate the people who will change the world, the future mayors, the future Sacramentans who make this city the place it is. And right now, those young people are not getting what they need. And teachers don't have the resources, the physical ability to give them what they need. As hard as everyone tries, students are not learning. I don't know how many students, I can't count in hundreds how many students have told me they haven't learned anything since March. And so I think physical reopening is an essential step in allowing teachers and principals to do their jobs in a way that I know they want to accomplish. And then finally, I just wanted to mark the new semester. Sacramento's public school students have shown over the past 2 semesters that they're incredibly resilient. And I don't say this like some do in order to justify the trauma of the conditions of this district. But I say it to tell my colleagues on the board, the adults, the people who are in these shareholder negotiations, that we're ready to jump back when you are. And this isn't just about coming back to in-person school. It's about ending the sort of games of ineptitude and politics, deception, fiscal illiteracy that have plagued this district for far too long, where students my age who are not, student board member have to worry about the future of these negotiations because they don't know if their district is going to become something within the hands of a state receiver. Students shouldn't have to be thinking or worrying about that. They shouldn't know what a state receiver is. And so when the adults in the room, so-called adults, are ready to quit seeing everything through the lens of an agenda rather than the needs of students, we can truly move forward. Just for example, watching an in-depth presentation and explanation on our structural deficit and coming away cheering about a one-time surplus is spitting in the faces of our future students who will not be enjoying any sort of surplus during a receivership. And with those sort of very harsh and serious tones, I'm really excited for our listening session next week with Member Morawski and Member Phillips, if I'm correct. Area 1 and Area 7 students will get to come and sort of tell us about their experience in the past semester. And hopefully we can come back to the board with some sort of a deepened perspective on how we can sort of work to ensure that students are heard and that we move in a direction that's good for students and for students first. Thank you.
Thank you, Student Member Sheikh. Before we move on, it is 11 o'clock. We need to extend this meeting for additional 15 minutes. Can I get a motion?
Moved.
Second. All right. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All in favor, say aye. Raise your hand. I see you. All right. Okay. Next, we have information sharing by board members, item 9.6. Is there any board members? Member Morawski?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple quick things. It's always hard to follow our student board member. But I totally want to echo some of his comments about the importance of staying focused on reopening. It's the biggest thing. We talk about a lot of things. We have a lot of work to do in our district. but our students, our families are suffering. And the scary thing to me is we don't know what we don't know. Like as Member Sheikh said, you know, we don't even have the ability to reach students in the way that we're not in front of them. We don't even know what we're missing. And maybe it's too early to call this a failed experiment for our children because we don't have all the data, but it seems like it's just a matter of time, and that data is coming in, and you know, we're going to see the manifestations in drug use and depression and trauma, even suicide. We just need to keep our focus on this for the good of our children, our community. School was a safe place for me. I cannot, when I think about being a child right now, I cannot imagine being a child. There were days when I took the bus home and the bus rounded like another block, and I said, thanks, that's like another 30 seconds or a minute before I go home. I cannot imagine being trapped in the house for a year for some of the children that we serve, and it's unacceptable. We need to keep focused on it. And I agree that we need a reopening update to be, you know, somehow incorporated into the meeting at the top of every meeting, or something like that, because we need to keep focused on this. And I also want to just note the importance of vaccines for our teachers and school staff. The CDC has said very clearly that schools can reopen safely before everyone is vaccinated, so that should not hold us up, but that will add an additional level of safety. And I have not seen leadership from the state or our county on allocating the doses that we need specific to teachers and our school staff. So we need to see that leadership now. The last thing I wanted to mention is I agree with Member Sheikh again, and we do need to do something about addressing, you know, when there is disinformation or misinformation or purposeful like hiding of context on things, and that just happens in our board meetings. We need to figure out, you know, a process by which we identify those things and maybe bring them back and provide context, because I agree, it's not okay just to let things fester out there without a response, although it could be a full-time job sometimes tracking down all the assertions. But I do think we need to do something about this. So I just welcome any thoughts as we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Borowski. Are there any other board members sharing? All right. Consent agenda. I believe we have public comment on consent agenda on item 11.1D. And my understanding is that there are 29 public comments.
Yes, that's correct. We also have one written comment on item 11.1E, but for item 11.1D, 22 have the same message. So
Okay.
I will read the message and then I will just read the names.
Okay, that would be fantastic.
So it says, I'm writing in favor of agenda 11.1D, approved memorandum of understanding with Food Literacy Center for Floyd Farms. I hope you'll vote yes to approve the MOU between Food Literacy Center and SUSD for this important project. As the Associate Director of Community Engagement in the Clinical and Translational Science Center at UC Davis Health Center, I support this project. That's the one thing that's different and specific to this commenter, who is Elizabeth Basile. Only 4% of children are protecting themselves by eating their vegetables. This is critical to a population where 40% of Sacramento children face obesity, while 1 in 3 have type 2 diabetes. These are preventable diet-related diseases that are linked to food and nutrition insecurity. By joining forces to protect the health of our children, SUSD and Food Literacy Center are protecting the health of our children. This is especially vital for our youngest students to build long-term healthy habits that will impact their academic performance throughout their life. We have seen the importance of this work firsthand. Cultivating knowledge and taste for healthy food from an early age makes for lifelong healthy nutrition choices, promotes cognitive development, and reduces the risk of chronic disease. This MOU demonstrates an important commitment that Food Literacy Center and SUSD have to our students. Hands-on STEAM activities like measuring recipe ingredients, practicing science by making an emulsion for a salad dressing, learning the parts of a plant through gardening. These all help students master these difficult subjects in a non-traditional classroom that sets them up for success. We applaud this partnership and support this MOU. And so the names that also have the same message are Evelyn Morales, Stacy Kaufman, Alicia James, Justin Norden, Megan Phillips, Sarah Modeste, Anna Rosenbaum, Nicole Rogers, Jane Adams, Connie Lambert, Danielle Steffens, Kelly Kesser, Marie Braham, Ursula Unzueta, Kim Kaplan, Jamie Wilson, Heather Bennett, Karen Holmes, Diana Flores, Erica Holland, and Kimio Bassett.
Perfect. That's 22 of the 26 then?
29 of the 29.
No, on just 11.1D?
Yes.
Okay.
So we have this 7 additional.
Okay.
And the next is from Janet Nickel and says, I am writing in favor of agenda item 11.1D, approved memorandum of understanding with Food Literacy Center for Floyd Farms. Please vote yet to approve the MOU between Food Literacy Center and SUSD for this important project. This project will be a small part in addressing the inequities facing less advantaged students. And then Tom Ellenhe says, in the expenditure to support Food Literacy Center, we have an example of some of the best spending we could possibly do. Jay Hansen writes, good day, honorable school board members. I am writing to strongly support the Food Literacy Center MOU before you tonight. Few organizations have been as patient, diligent, and dedicated to our students and to our district as the Food Literacy Center. The opportunity that Sacramento City USD has to both build this flagship center and to partner with the FLC will truly elevate SUSD into the top 2 or 3 school districts in the entire state. And most importantly, the incredible learning and life experience that will be provided to our students is unparalleled. I was honored to be one of the school board members to help get this project started, and I know that you too can be proud to someday look back and have this as part of your legacy as well. Supporting this measure tonight will provide so many benefits to so many tens of thousands of students over the many years to come. Congratulations to getting to this important milestone, and I wish you continued success for all the years to come. And the next message is from Aziz Belarbi Salah and says, I'm writing in favor of agenda item 11.1D. I hope you'll vote yes to approve the MOU between Food Literacy Center and SUSD for this important project. As the general manager of 2 Sacramento restaurants, at Aioli Bodega Española and the Brasserie Capital, and as an alumni of SUSD, as a son of a SUSD teacher, and as a proud father of 2 SUSD students, I wholeheartedly support any and all that we can do to make Floyd Farms a reality. I have been a Sacramento restaurateur for the majority of my adult life and have been a supporter of the Food Literacy Center for over a decade. I believe that the skills and education about food production, and food preparation are absolutely vital to the basic understanding of being human. I believe that in not supporting these types of basic life skill education all the way up and down the age brackets does any community a huge disservice. As an extremely busy father, I know how difficult it is to find the time to nurture these understandings in my own children, and I'm blessed that my wife is a full-time mother and is able to enrich their education. I know that the vast majority of students are not that lucky. If we are able to teach children how to eat well, identify foods, and understand the science behind how food is created, then we will succeed in teaching them in a real, tangible way many of the things that we beat into our curriculum and are lost on so many students. I understand that this paragraph would not pass any of my SUSD English teachers' desks without dozens of red marks and large ROs with 3 or 4 aggressive underlines, yet I do hope that me taking any moment out of my day to address my support for these projects will not fall on deaf ears. If you have never seen the joy of discovery in the eyes of children when they discover the beauty of fresh vegetables. And then the next comment is from Amber Scott and says, I'm writing in favor of agenda item 11.1D. 40% of Sacramento children face obesity. This and other preventable diet-related diseases are linked to food insecurity and access to quality, healthy foods. By joining forces, SUSD and Food Literacy Center are protecting the health of our children. This is especially vital for our youngest students. Reaching children early is the most important factor in establishing long-term healthy habits that will impact academic performance throughout their life. It's much easier to teach our youngest children good habits than working to undo bad habits later in life. Over the 9 years that Food Literacy Center has worked with SUSD, we have reached 8,927 kids and invested $3,301,557 worth of free programs to the district to improve student health. This is only the beginning of what we will accomplish together. This 10-year MOU demonstrates the unique commitment Food Literacy Center and SUSD have to each other and to our students. With 6 years of work already invested in this project by me personally, we have accomplished so much. Over the next decade together, the nonprofit has plans for expanded programs, new measures of success, and deepened relationships with the families of our students. This project serves as a statewide and national model for programs that put student health at the center of academic success. On our website, we have posted the original letters of support submitted to the school board for this project in 2015-16. Supporters of this project include Chef Alice Waters, Rayleigh's, Selin Family Restaurants, and more. And then it gives the link. As Food Literacy Center's executive director, I was appointed this year by the governor's first partner and the secretary of California's Department of Food and Agriculture to a new statewide commission on students' farm to school experience. I will be joining statewide leaders in farm to school education to establish best practices in the field. And the next comment is from Emily Cameron and says, I'm writing on behalf of the Downtown Sacramento Partnership in favor of agenda item 11.1D. We urge you to vote yes to approve the MOU between Food Literacy Center and SUSD for this important project. We have seen the importance of this work firsthand. As a beneficiary of Dine Downtown for several years, the Food Literacy Program has used donations to give kids in low-income schools a healthier future through hands-on cooking and nutrition education. This MOU demonstrates an important commitment that Food Literacy Center and SUSD have to students. Hands-on STEAM activities like measuring recipe ingredients, practicing science by making emulsion for salad dressing, learning the parts of a plant through gardening, These all help students master these difficult subjects in a non-traditional classroom that sets them up for success. We applaud this partnership and support this MOU.
And before you move on, I think we need about 5 more minutes. And I get a motion to approve extend for 5 more minutes. Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Student preferential vote.
Aye.
All in favor, please raise your hand. I think we had the majority. All right, 5 more minutes. Go ahead, Ann, sorry.
And the last comment is from Eric Johnson and says, I'm writing in favor of Agenda 11.1D. I urge you to vote yes to approve the MOU between Food Literacy Center and SUSD for this important project. As a parent of an SUSD student, I support this project. Through my day job as the Deputy Executive Director of Operations at the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, I've seen innovative government partnerships created here and across the country, and none compared to what Food Literacy Center and SUSD is doing here. Many governmental entities that seek to partner with national experts to develop or run programs pay top dollar for that. In this incredible homegrown case, Food Literacy Center was created here and is devoted to here. And the incredible part, all free to SUSD. I applaud the leadership you've demonstrated in developing this MOU, and I look forward to seeing the Food Literacy Center have the capacity to spread its programs to more SUSD students as a result of this MOU. And then the last comment is on 11.1E, and it's from Allison French Tubo, and it says, it's sad to see no expenditures yet on extending the instructional minutes time or school year to increase the amount of instructional time or services provided to pupils based on their learning needs, or providing additional academic services for pupils, such as diagnostic assessments of pupil learning needs or intensive instruction for addressing gaps in core academic skills. This is the reality of a dysfunctional relationship between SCTA and SCUSD. It impacts what is available to students. That is not to say that teachers aren't doing good and valuable work, or that some teachers aren't going above and beyond. One can appreciate what individual teachers are offering while still finding it unacceptable to not have an overarching framework in place. And that's the final public comment.
Great, thank you. All right, and so can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So move.
Thank you. A second. All right, student preferential vote?
Yes on all open session items.
Thank you. And superintendent roll call?
Member Pritchett,
Aye.
Member Morawski,
Aye.
Member Wu,
Aye.
Member Garcia,
Aye.
Member Villa,
Aye.
Member Rhodes,
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Great, thank you so much. Item 12.0, business and financial information reports we have received. And do we have any public comment on that, Anne?
No public comment.
All right, 13.0, future board meetings and dates will be February 18th and March 4th. Same place, same times. And I know it's been a very long night, so thank you all for bearing with us. And I hope you all get some rest. Can I get a motion to adjourn the meeting?
You can get a motion. Oh, that was 3 people at the same time.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Second. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, perfect. Have a good evening, you guys. Get some rest.
Good night.